In 1972, global leaders came together in Sweden for the first ever United Nations Conference on the Human Environment. It was unlike any previous event, bringing together 113 governments to discuss humanity's impact on the natural world. Now, 50 years after that Stockholm meeting, we face a triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. With this in mind, the UN General Assembly has decided to convene an international meeting entitled Stockholm Plus 50, a healthy planet for the prosperity of all, our responsibility, our opportunity. It will commemorate the 50 years since that 1972 watershed moment when the environment took center stage for the first time. There is only one Earth, and the stakes have never been higher. Join us.
მოგესალმებით ყველას. ძალიან დიდი მადლობა პირველ რიგში მობრძანებისთვის, როგორც ჩვენ სტუმრებს.
Welcome everybody. First of all, thank you very much for joining us, for the guests, for those who are taking care of the environment, who are involved in this profession and who are taking care of making environment as healthy as possible. This is obligation for all of us and of course our desire. Stockholm plus 50, this is our meeting topic, and we will have consultation meetings in various cities of Georgia. This will be Tbilisi, Tel Aviv, Batumi, in order to collect as much information as possible on what is our status in Georgia with this regard, and what challenges still are remaining, and what we shall improve with the joint efforts. First of all, of course, I would like to express my solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and I want to wish war to end as soon as possible, because that's one of the best means for taking care of the environment. Peace, I mean. Of course, first of all, I would like to pass the floor to our guests. I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Nina Tandilashvili for welcoming remarks. She is Deputy Minister of Environment in Georgia. And so, thank you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome our guests, representatives of UNDP, also representatives of Swedish Embassy, representatives of Parliament, and of course, everybody who who joined us at today's meeting and who are interested in these topics that we'll be discussing today. Of course, from the beginning, I would like to express my special gratitude to our international partners, the government of Sweden, who is supporting our today's event, and as well as UNDP, which is implementing our project, and this will allow us to present very interesting and important reports to Stockholm this year in June. The conference is planned there, and we'll be submitting this report. And this conference will be about 1972 conference, first environmental conference. It's the 50th anniversary of that. And you know what was the period in 1970s when industrialization or that post-industrialization period, the environmental issues were especially acute, and this environmental conference that has been held in Stockholm actually laid the foundation for actualization of environmental issues and establishment of the international environmental law. They have raised very many important issues, and for that period, that was also very important to this. There were very important, significant challenges with regards to the air pollution, water pollution, waste, etc., etc. And this still exists, these problems today, but still we can see that the global community has put a lot of efforts, both globally and locally, to introduce some environmental standards, but we still are facing challenges with this regard. These challenges relate to the climate change, to the air quality improvement, which are actually proportional to on which health of each citizen depends, the loss of biodiversity, which is one of the most important challenges in parallel to economic development, and what's the most important by 2030, fulfillment of by fulfillment of 2030 global development goals. Achieving them is most important, and of course there are also many other international agreements and mm, which require active implementation, and it's very important that UN member states continue putting their efforts. And our today's meeting goal is to see the progress that our country has achieved in environmental issues, both for the policy issues, and as well as to see the challenges which still remain the challenges in our country, and we shall discuss this all together, discuss the ways of overcoming these challenges together. Of course, it's very important to involve both the government and the private sector, as well as the NGO sector, civil sector. But this is necessary in order, first of all, to discuss the progress, and second of all, to set the proper measures which will help us, all actors, to improve our policy strategies, to measure all our steps, and to base them on this offers received from the stakeholders. Of course, we understand that this is a very interesting platform. Before we start preparing this report that will be submitted to the conference, and we will be discussing very interesting issues. We have several meetings planned, and I am happy that I see today here very representative meeting. I see that representatives of businesses and civil sector are here, and that's most important here. So therefore, I would like to thank each of you, wish you interesting discussion, and I would like to wish our country success in the field of the environment protection, and in the process of implementing very many serious initiatives, because we see that today we have already made an application for EU membership, and we see that we are moving to even more active phase to obtain the candidate member status, and our state has to make very many important steps in order to further improve, deepen the process. And I see this. Uh, uh, I see this that all these people are very actively involved, and there should be the involvement. This should be our goal, but because it will bring us to the very important outcomes and to improve the environment and to protect our goal, to protect our rights, environmental rights, which is one of the prerequisites for existence of the democratic society. Therefore, thank you very much once again. Thank you to our partners and wish you fruitful and interesting discussions. Thank you, Ms. Hatia Tsilasani, Head of the Environment Protection and Natural Resources of Parliament of Georgia. So please, floor is yours. Welcome, everybody.
დიდი მადლობა მინდა გადაგიხადოთ მოწვევისთვის და იმ შესაძლებლობისთვის.
Thank you very much for inviting me today and allowing me to speak on these very important issues that are connected with the environment protection issues. Ms. Nino actually has touched upon all the issues, all the challenges that our country is facing, and she also described our opportunities and ways to go. And I would like to mention that Stockholm Plus 50, this main direction, which identifies three areas as top priority for the national consultations, and 58 countries have joined this initiative currently, and it sets the environment protection and the well-being of people at the first place. And this stresses very well what Ms. Nino has mentioned in her opening speech, that the peace, well-being, and about human rights protection and world free of wars are one of the main prerequisites for our development. Also, it's very important that post-pandemic the world is now paying very big attention to the post-pandemic processes, and yes, we shall think about how we shall overcome these problems caused by pandemic, and because we know that always the most vulnerable is our physical and mental environment, and we should think how to come out of this crisis without causing further damage and improving the situation. So also that's very important to think about the development goals and this Agenda 2030. Everybody agrees that the government should be concentrated on in the fulfillment of Agenda 2030, and they should be directing their efforts on towards improving the environmental policies, supporting less damage to the physical environment. But this requires not only efforts from the government, not only existence of the legal frameworks, but also involvement of businesses, of all the citizens, because we shall bear our share of responsibility in order to protect our interests and our environment as much as possible. It should be as high in the agenda as possible, and so we shall support this proper development. Thank you very much to our partners, Swedish Development Agency and Embassy of Sweden to Georgia, and our permanent supporter in environmental issues, UNDP, and because they are whenever we are discussing any environmental issues in Georgia, these agencies and these partners are always first to come to support us. And it is very important that today, when Georgia has made very ambitious statement, and you remember that the main well, we've been planning to apply for EU membership in 2024, but due to the processes going on throughout the world, and this process has been accelerated, and Georgia, together with Moldova and Ukraine, has applied to this for the membership in accelerated manner. Of course, this sets a new agenda for our country, and it stresses once again importance of implementing our international commitments, as well as and I would like to believe that those people who came together today at the national level, how we shall arrange the proper consultations, how we shall pay attention to environmental issues. I think that our today's meeting will support the integration of Georgia into European family and the European community. One thing I want to mention is that when we've been chair of the Council of Europe, the main topic that has been defined. It was human rights and environment, and this was a declaration by our government. Actually, it was a statement by our government and by our people that because we wanted to bring our attitudes to the environment at a different level, and we wanted to actualize these environmental issues in the human rights code, and it was one of the successful global platforms that we were able to demonstrate ambitious steps made by Georgia. However, we might not be fully satisfied so far by our outcomes, by our results, but as my colleague said, there are lots of challenges, and we shall ensure involvement of business sectors, academia, civil sector, and we shall ensure close cooperation between all these sectors. And with the support of our international partners, we will be able to achieve the goals that will support establishment of the better environment around us. And we will be one of the contributors throughout the globe in order to achieve the equal development and achieve maximum effects with the use of and we shall fulfill our commitments, which we made in the first place before our in the population, and but we shall also think about our commitments at international level. So thank you very much. I wish you success. And on behalf of the Parliament of Georgia, I will assure you that we will always be cooperation oriented, and we will be eager to create the legal base, legal framework, which will be appropriate for these goals. And of course, we shall not forget responsibility and accountability. This should be on the top of our agenda. Thank you. Thank you, Khati. I would like to pass the floor to Erik Lille, Deputy Ambassador of Sweden and the head of the Swedish Development Agency. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and it's a pleasure being here. I think when the conference was held on human environment in 1972, I was 9 years old. So it's a while back, and since then, and we heard from some of the other speakers, there's been an immense effort towards improving environmental standards and linking clearly environment to human rights and human development. And we have, over these 50 years, developed an international framework when it comes to the protection and restoration of environmental values. But we still see that the challenges are there to a large extent. The problem hasn't gone away. And it was mentioned when we started out that our thoughts are to a large extent with the people of the Ukraine who are currently suffering and fighting for their existence. But we realized that this is also an assault on international law and a multilateral world order. An order that is absolutely a prerequisite for allowing us to take these steps that is important for humanity to address these issues of climate change and environmental degradation. We know that we can no longer use primary sources for our economy. Simply, it's not enough. And we know that we need to reduce the carbon emissions in order to stay below the 1.5% increase of global temperature. And so this is something that we need to do together. And if it's something that we have that has come out very clearly over the last few years is the importance of that environment it's not a niche. It's not something that is a subsector. It engages everyone. Everyone needs to have a stake. And everyone in society, regardless of where you stand, need to be engaged in these issues. Otherwise, it will not work. I saw when I grew up after this, when I was 9 years old, back in 72, for me, it was really the school and education system that was the mind opener. I mean, as a kid, I took part in all these cleanup campaigns. We were, telling our parents, when we saw that they were littering, don't do that. We could see that we were engaged in different type of activities where there were pollution in our local environment, and it growing to become something of a real movement in Sweden. And I think, again, coming back, the key drivers and the conscious that is pushing this agenda forward are the young people of Sweden, but they can't do it alone. I mean, it's an absolutely essential to have a political commitment and a political leadership to make sure that this is happening. Why we're here is that this conference is an opportunity for any country, in this case Georgia, together with our partners, to provide a clear input and an understanding of where does Georgia stand in relation to its shift towards a greening of the economy and towards higher environmental standards. And I think we see that a lot of things have been done. I mean, we have seen over the last years the adaptation of the environmental liability regulation. We now see work being done on expanded producer's responsibility. Finally, moving towards recycling and reuse of materials in a more systematic manner. I think this requires still a lot of work. We have seen that the private sector is becoming more and more engaged, recognizing that this is not just a benefit for the survival of the planet, it's also important for the survival of the businesses, because the market will demand the services for companies that fulfill environmental and green standards. And we have seen here, for instance, the Global Compact Network Georgia that is now coordinating some 120 private companies that are changing their business plans, and putting in place higher standards, social and environmental standards. This is still in a very early stage, but I think we start to see progress, and this needs to scale up. And in doing so, we need to really come together to make sure that we have a systemic effort. But I would be happy to hear the discussions over this period leading up to the Stockholm 50+ conference and beyond, to see how we can really create a strong movement for a green and prosperous Georgia. Thank you so much.
მადლობა. ახლა სიტყვით გადავალთ ანა ჩერნიშევასთან, გაეროს განვითარების.
Thank you very much. Now we'll pass the floor to Anna Chernisheva, head of the permanent program.
To be the last speaker, because most of the wise words have already been said. And let me greet you on behalf of UNDP and also welcome our distinguished guests, members of Parliament, Deputy Minister of Environment, and also our donor for this conference, SIDA. It's one of those events where we are all gathering. I think most of you are also environmentalists, so I don't need to convince you how important is climate action. I think I recognize many of our partners in this audience. So once again, I think we are doing the right thing as a group, but we also need to somehow move from words to actions also. I want to use this opportunity to thank once again the government of Sweden and highlight climate leadership of this country, because Sweden has been at the forefront of the climate action for many years now. And I know Swedish people are very shy, so I will do the praise for them. Because Sweden is one of the countries which is very strongly moving towards the renewable energies and cutting down on the CO2 emissions, and also one of the global leaders in the waste management. It's one of the countries where they don't have any more waste, and they actually have to buy waste from other countries to produce energy from that waste. So in addition to that, Sweden is obviously one of the biggest global donors for the climate action, and this conference and this meeting and many other projects that run in Georgia are supported by Sweden. So I would like to use this opportunity once again to thank Sweden for their excellent global leadership in this regard. As many previous speakers mentioned, the Stockholm Plus 50 conference is a conference that will mark 50 years since the UN Conference on Human Environment. On the way to this meeting, together with Eric, we actually discussed what has changed in these last 50 years. More or less, it's my lifetime. So I can say that in many countries, we saw significant progress, countries such as Sweden and many other developed countries, where you will no longer see the black fumes of the pipes and people are cycling to work instead of driving SUVs. Countries like Switzerland, where you can drink water directly from the Geneva Lake, and the situation 50 years ago was completely different. So why I'm saying this is that climate leadership is very important. And as mentioned by the previous speakers, it's not just the government, but it has to be starting from the grassroots and from the communities. And that's when the action is actually happening. That's why our current conference today and the 2 more workshops that will be held in Tel Aviv and Batumi, I hope they will feed into the bigger global conference, the grassroots ideas and also intersectoral ideas, because quite often there is all the pressure put on the Ministry of Environment, while actually it's not just the Ministry of Environment that has to take action. It's most of us and all of us in private sector and each of us individually. We can't expect one ministry to take care of everything. Also engaging the municipalities and schools, and environmental action has to come from each and every individual. As I said in the beginning, that the change has to start from every person. Every day we contribute. I don't want to say that even breathing contributes to the climate change, because obviously we cannot stop breathing. But I'm just saying that every single action we take has a CO2 imprint. So we have to be mindful, and as all of us present here will have to continue taking action, and especially moving from words to action. So in conclusion, I would like to cite one of the most important environmental activists of our time, who happens to come from Sweden. I think you know who it is. It is Greta Thunberg. So she is very vocal, and I must say very critical of the actions of governments around the world. So I would like to conclude with her quote, what she said, but they've now had 30 years of blah, 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 and where has this led us? We can still turn this around. It is entirely possible. It will take immediate, drastic annual emissions reductions, but not if things go on like today. Our leaders' intentional lack of action is a betrayal towards all present and future generations. Thank you very much, and I wish you very successful consultations.
ძალიან დიდი მადლობა. ჩვენ ახლა ზუსტად 10 წუთით შევისვენებთ და
Thank you very much. Now we'll have the 10 minutes break, and then we will start the next panel. So it will be exactly 10 minutes break now. Please come back in exactly 10 minutes. Thank you.
დავიკავოთ ადგილები, ვიწყებთ Stockholm +50 საკონსულტაციო შეხვედრების პირველ პანელს.
Let's take our seats. We now about to start panel one for Stockholm perspective. We're waiting for this Noah. We want her to have here. As soon as Ms. Nina will join me, and as soon as she will sit next to me, we'll start the first panel.
ზუსტად 2 წუთი ალბათ დავიცადოთ და
I think we have
დავიწყებთ
to wait a
სპიკერს.
couple of minutes.
მაშ ასე ვიწყებთ პირველ პანელს.
So we now begin panel one. Of course, we will ask the questions that we are interested in listening to answers to, and we want to, because we want this document for the consultations that will be presenting fully challenges existing in our country, the problems that we overcame, what is the situation in our country from this standpoint, from this environmental standpoint, from climate change standpoint, and I would like also to address those people who are now listening Zoom. They can also participate, they can ask the questions, express their opinions. This is online, you can go to, as soon as you go to Zoom, you will find yourself in this space where you can indicate your name. You can zoom it by double click and then ask the question to the specific speaker or on the specific topic. Or you can express your opinion that will be discussed, of course, later. So if you will have any problems with this regard, so please apply the Zoom administrator who will help you in resolving technical issues. Also, after the first part of the panel, if any of you will have questions that haven't been asked here, of course, you can, after we finish panel, I will announce this a special time for Q&A session, and you can ask the question there, but you have to introduce yourself because we need to know which sector are you representing. You can ask the question or express your opinion. That will be very interesting for us, for our panel. Once again, thank you very much to each of you who are represented here. These are the people who are who will be able to answer, to give us qualified answers, and we will be able also within this framework of, we can start our discussion in the framework of the 2030 document, and of course we can expand to other challenges that exist in our country. Mr. Davids, let's start with you. Agenda 2030, this is mandatory to fulfill, but at this stage, what is situation with regards to this agenda, and how can we say, what we can say about country and what challenges are still remaining? Welcome everybody on behalf of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development. First of all, I would like to mention that we are participating in implementing certain activities under some of the goals, and therefore I will speak with regards to these goals, what challenges and what needs exist. And we shall mention that pandemics has had certain negative impact on this sustainable development trends, and we knew that pandemics would first of all strike the vulnerable groups, and so therefore our government paid special attention to supporting the vulnerable groups and developing special programs for them. And also there is some uniform principle that the sustainable development is the development where the economic activity shall be causing least possible damage to the environment. So therefore, we are working on certain programs on certain areas that support the sustainable development. We know we call it this mother law, so to say, the law on energy efficiency. At the same time, we are cooperating with our international partner organizations. For instance, today we are, together with Ministry of Environment, we are participating in the EU for Environment program, where various types of the measures, the clean production, eco-innovations, and also the sustainable procurement, and so very diverse range of activities, and we are cooperating quite efficiently with the various organizations, and we are conducting seminars, workshops for the representatives of the medium and businesses, and we know very well what can we do from the standpoint of the resource efficient production. We have certain achievements and we are quite satisfied, but there are also, of course, some challenges too, and such kind of programs mainly
awareness raising activities, and of course it is good because people from small and medium businesses that are attending this, but unfortunately there is no further development that would follow. One of the main problems from this standpoint is lack of access to so-called green finances, green funding. Therefore, these companies are acquiring knowledge, but then they could not apply it in practice. Because of this reason, in all our meetings with our partners, and I will use this chance to mention it again here, that public awareness is all nice and proper. The trainings and courses are very good, but it would be better to maybe fund a couple of projects or maybe free from the standpoint of sustainable energy, because it will be the best testing ground, the best motivation for other companies to follow suit maybe. Because we do receive very good feedback from these companies and they would agree with us that all of this is very good, but where do we find the sources of funding for that? This is one of the questions, actually. I will run ahead of list of questions a little bit. I will skip some and we'll go back to others later on. But when we are talking about finances, when we are talking about sources of funding, who should be engaged additionally from the standpoint of increasing awareness? What kind of means, what kind of funds can be applied here? What kind of international organizations might be involved maybe? Awareness is one thing, of course, but it does require in order to ensure the green growth in the country. There were several projects and several training programs that were carried out, but they are to be discussed along with the development of banking system, and the banks have been provided with certain means in order to ensure it, but they actually deducted the operational expenses out of these credit lines. Therefore, there was no preference. Actually, it was costing the same. Currently, we are working with the National Bank on development of taxonomy of green finances. The document is almost ready, is almost prepared. So the plan is that if the company would apply for green funding, it was not defined by law what kind of economic activity might have considered green or sustainable. And this was the reason that we needed to develop the specific taxonomy for that in order to define properly Georgian taxonomy, of course, based on Georgian reality, as what type of activity can and should be considered as green and sustainable. It will help both banking system and the companies. The company will know exactly whether they are qualified to address and apply for the specific special credit line, and will enhance the easiness of access to finances, but it's not yet finalized. You mentioned National Bank just now. What other governmental agencies do you think should be engaged? What kind of governmental bodies should work on elaboration the best form of sustainable development? The National Bank is most suitable because they are regulating the banking activity, and maybe can set down regulations to actually loan money, because it's a small and medium businesses mainly who are applying for such kind of loans. So the specific regulations and obligations should be imposed on commercial banks to treat the sustainable and green activity in a preferential manner. But what about Ministry of Economy? Maybe Ministry of Economy and the Parliament as well, the committee, Ministry of Environment as well might be mentioned. So the unity of these governmental institutions, can we consider it that if they stand together in cooperation with National Bank, for instance, to take care and elaborate some ideas related to sustainable development? I'm sorry, but the speaker is not holding the mic properly. I can barely hear him. So the Ministry of Economy was working in elaboration of this financial taxonomy. Apart from that, Ministry of Economy, along with our international partners, we do have some ambition to elaborate the green growth strategy. We are working on this very actively. In the EU for Environment project, probably might be mentioned, we are being supported by our partnering organizations. That if we carry certain activities, they will help us elaboration of strategies. Since we were hindered by pandemic, it was postponed for a year, but the program is being funded and active till 2023. And I do hope that before the end of 2023, we will be able to elaborate this green strategy. Elaborating on those sectors of Georgian economy that would be most suitable for green growth. I will get back to you. Thank you very much. Ms. Nino, you just mentioned the challenges. Are there, and can we say that one of the challenges might be considered the issue related to monitoring in relation to green growth, for instance? Are we observing all the necessary conditions by the companies or by the regulatory bodies? How the regulatory bodies are carrying out this monitoring, and what kind of main challenge do we face still when we are talking about the Agenda 2030? Thank you very much for this question. Of course, I would try to answer this question, but before that, I would like to reflect on what David said about the reasons. Because I see some other reasons of the lack of success, not only in Georgia, but throughout the world in relation to 17 SDGs and Agenda 2030. That on one hand, yes, we are stating our position, and Georgian government does want to do it properly, but 2030 specifically, and the 17 targets and 169 tasks, they are not mandatory, they are voluntary. And I probably am entitled to talk about the background story a little bit, because I was participating in elaboration of these development goals. It was initially considered that it should have been voluntary up to a point, as the countries would try how well it works. That's why there was a concept of nationalization of these goals and tasks. And then by 2020, the monitoring activities should be carried out under the aegis of the high-level bodies of UN those who are coordinating it in every country. In our case, it's the administration of the government with participation of every ministry. So this update was not that successful because it was kind of hindered by outbreak of the world pandemic in 2020. There were no favorable conditions for that. And the next step in the plan was that maybe by 2025, the indicators, even on the level of indicators, it should have been updated. But all of this is still voluntary. In the course of this 5 years or even 6 years already, Georgia has prepared the official report twice already. But even the report is voluntary, it's not mandatory. And you mentioned monitoring or overseeing or supervising of all of this. I would like to tell you that the different environmental conventions that are mandatory for those countries who are participants or parties to this covenants. And indeed, those protocols and those charters are most successful, which is on one hand mandatory and on the other hand very precise in its instructions, with its recommendations as how they should be implemented, where methodology is very well developed. And along with that, some funding is being provided for developing countries. All of these are precondition of success. While when international agreement does not have any methodological basis, I'm talking about the well-elaborated and substantial instructions and recommendations. So this is not only my opinion or my opinion of my ministry. Majority of the countries would agree on that. And in their own reports, many of the countries are expressing this indeed, that the specific methodologies are lacking. And since majority of all of these instruments are not mandatory, there is no feedback on that. This is very, very hard to carry out the proper monitoring of sustainable development goals, similar to what's happening in multilateral conventions that are mandatory. So joining the conventions does not automatically mean that regulations will be well developed and very strict, that will oblige you to follow. No, quite to the contrary. Joining the convention means just that. So before the country joins, the responsible country joins the convention, it's supposed that the environment necessary for implementation of this convention should be created in the country, both legal and practical. Public awareness and general education is very, very good. But turning this knowledge into practical application is another story, and it's more important. And well-prepared country, once it joins the convention in its protocols, it then finds its practical application. While sustainable development goals are not that precise, I'm not saying that every indicator is lacking in precision, but many of them do. They are not compared with some internal goals, and therefore the effort to turn it into practical application is lacking. I do hope that all of these plans will be updated as soon as possible, but the red line on the green field of our today's panel probably would be the small and medium businesses that were mentioned by David. So this would be probably the most complicated issue for us to work with, because regardless of the wider spread of green consciousness, green thinking around the world, it still remains a challenge in our country. How possible it would be to carry out the monitoring of specific violations within the country in order to enhance this great thinking? Is it still a challenge, do you think? It is still a challenge, by all means. The green consciousness, green thinking is something that we should be taking care of. But apart of this awareness and green thinking, there is another consideration that I do share myself, is that apart from caring for public awareness in general, you need to select some target audiences, some specific narrow groups that because of their activity, because the kind of the trades they are engaged in, would be provided with more specific information. For instance, climate change related information that we are trying to share for better awareness, for better knowledge. Probably that everybody knows, it might seem that everybody knows what's happening in relation to climate change, what kind of obligations has been assumed by Georgia, but we do not divide our audiences properly. For instance, to provide people engaged in construction with specific construction related materials, with information about how given the new conditions, how that houses should be constructed from now on, and so on and so forth. Because we've lost our connection to nature a while ago, maybe several centuries ago. So the farmers would require different kind of knowledge. Construction sector would require different kind of knowledge. Knowledge in general is good for everybody, but you need to go specific. When you're talking about irrigation, about providing fodder for domestic animals, and so on and so forth. And you need methodologies and division of knowledge from this standpoint. This is what I'm trying to discuss myself as well. Can Ministry of Environment, in our case, for instance, in your case, for instance, to become more proactive and provide more knowledge, provide more conditions, more favorable conditions for this knowledge to spread? For instance, to talk specifically with farmers or with somebody who is working the land. So this is what I meant when I was talking about the spread of knowledge and dissemination of this information, and then checking it through system of monitoring. Do we have enough human resources at the very least for that? Thank you very much for this question. Yes, of course. We do have the Center of Environmental Information and Education in the ministry, and we do have some specific programs as to how sectoral education should be taking place, not general public awareness campaigns. And from this standpoint, our efforts, I'm not talking about our ministry only, I'm talking about the government in general and other ministries as well. Of course, we are taking care of education and awareness in general. And I can give you one positive example even. As a worldwide threat, for instance, that used to be very, very much looming was the ozone hole in the atmosphere. And we were discussing it very seriously. And it was one of the most important threats and pressures on the healthcare sector, for instance, because ultraviolet radiation was the layer of ozone was so thin that the ultraviolet radiation was penetrating the atmosphere. And once the Convention on Reduction of Aerosol Emissions, along with some specific and very much mandatory activities was planned, and some specific substances were removed from circulation, those that were shredding this ozone layer, the ozone layer started restoring itself. And nowadays we know that it is no longer so serious threat as it used to be a couple of decades ago. So when you have some specific instrument, when you have some specific funding, when you have some specific effort, you see tangible outcomes. And when you have some fines for failing to do something, and then when the public is engaged as well. What about Ministry of Education, by the way? Because it is my opinion, it is my consideration that environmental understanding, environmental awareness is something that you should be taking care of at a very early age, at a very young age of the children in kindergartens maybe. Yes, on the level of kindergartens, on the level of schools. Yes, Ministry of Education is taking care of formal education mainly. We, on our own, we are filling up the gaps related to informal education, maybe. But this dividing line is no longer very strict, and we together, our ministry and Ministry of Education, we do provide certain training courses and classes for teachers of younger children, teachers of the secondary schools and high schools as well. The tradition and knowledge is easier to cope with, but when we are talking about newly arisen environmental problems, it's very hard to take care of in Georgia because we might be lacking experts. The subjects might be taught, you are acquainted with chemistry, biology, and whatever else you've been taught in school, but how to connect it all with environment-related issues is another story. Yes, I understand. I would like to suggest to the participant of the discussion, if they have got any questions or counter arguments that they wish to express, they can do it freely. Just indicate somehow that you got a question and I will provide you with the time. In 1972, when the first Stockholm conference was taking place, Georgia was not participating, of course. We've joined all of this process later. Kaha, I would like to pass on to you now with the question. Do you think the institutional management of environment-related issues in Georgia, is it orderly enough, and how well does it react to all the challenges that appear? It's very serious and profound question, and there is no one answer to this question actually that I can give. The system of management, and probably I will be giving you the examples of Georgia mainly, as a management system in Georgia is more or less fit to react to challenges that the world is facing today at a glance. And if we compare ourselves with, for instance, some countries of Eastern Europe, whose level of economic development is similar to ours, in many countries, for instance, several countries from the Balkan Peninsula, such as Croatia, you might see that the environmental services is not very strong there, and in certain cases they simply do not have a Ministry of Environment at all, and they are stressing the economical development to begin with, and it's the first and foremost challenge for countries of this kind. We, at a glance, do look better off in this regard. There might be some dubious questions related to the merger of the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Environment. There were positive outcomes as well, but there are some negative sides to it as well. And it was the issue of finding the proper balance. To find the proper balance between the necessity of economic development on one hand and protection of the environment on another. It's an existential threat that we as a human race are facing on our planet. And the more we develop, the more the dangers. Yes, this is the logic probably, and we can't get out of the framework of this logic. When we start talking about development of green economy, people tend to forget that the concept of green economy is founded on a not very pleasant idea of denying the need of constant economic development. This is the foundation, because we do have these limited resources, and yet we are aiming for limitless development. Quite often, when I'm talking to my own students, for instance, I quite often give an example that today almost 2 billion people are living beyond the line of poverty, and 1 billion people simply do not have supply of electricity. 300 million people in India never seen the light bulb, one of the strongest and the most developed economies. And similar situation might have been found in China some 50 years ago, the currently second economy of the world. When 50 years ago, 90% of the population were poor. So the average Chinese, who mainly was eating rice and nothing else 50 years ago, currently is driving a car, is using some appliances, is eating meat, flying the plane, and so on and so forth. And whether it can be affordable by the global economy to provide everything for everybody is another story. Everybody wants a better quality of life. Nobody wants to be poor. everyone prefers to have better living conditions. For instance, think back to 10 years ago. How many of us had air conditioning at home? And how many of us do have it now? Going back to Georgian example. So given the economic development of this kind, on another hand, we do have the need to, for instance, increase the generation of electricity. If you estimate today, there is no actual need to increase the generation of electricity as of now because it's subject to speculations, but it's another story. But I will agree with my opponents, for instance, that 10 years from now, we will require more electricity than we produce today. When do we take this electricity? It's a very proper question to ask. And people are asking this proper question today because it seems like the only resource to generate electricity from today in Georgia is hydro. What else can we do about it? Another alternative would be the wind generation and solar generation, which is developing quite fast on one hand, yes. And I do hope that in 2 or 3 years from now, it will be serious and weighty enough to change the rules of the game. But I can give you another example of the sturgeon, for instance. There are much more competent people present that might elaborate on this example. But talking about, for instance, Atlantic sturgeon, that is one of the rarest species on Earth today, is on the brink of extinction. And there are only 2 places for it to spawn in North Atlantic, at least in talking about Northern Hemisphere. It's in Rioni River and in Danube River. And in the course of the several last decades, there are almost no evidence of spawnings of Atlantic sturgeon in Danube. The only place for this species of fish to spawn is Rioni. If we close the Rioni riverbed for Atlantic sturgeon, it might go extinct. And at the same time, this is one side of the scale. And on the other hand of the scale, we have people who need electricity. I do have very good relations with people from the Ministry of Economic Development, even high-ranking officials of this ministry, and we are always open for cooperation. We do we do retain friendly relations, and I often hear from them that it's very, very hard for us to make decisions. I do understand them fully because it's for them to decide whether they should give preference to Atlantic sturgeon or to people, to save very rare species of some animal or to create additional jobs. So why I'm giving all of these examples? Because we are living in a real world. We do have the Ministry of Economic Development. We do have very well elaborated legislation, which is up to a point, maybe lacking in certain areas, not being fully in line with European standards, but it's near there. But on another hand, there are some loopholes in this legislation. What specific loopholes? For instance, related to protection areas. In December, the Parliament has adopted a decision according to which the protected area in the areas of traditional use, it would be allowed to construct roads or other infrastructure objects such as transmission lines and similar. It's something different. It's not the topic of our discussion today, but as an example, we conservationists, we do not like linear structures at all. Infrastructural structures which are following certain line and dividing, for instance, protected area in half. What about Emerald Network? Is Emerald Network protecting? Actually, it's quite to the contrary. The Emerald Network idea of Emerald Network is what Ms. Nino was talking about, what David was talking about. This pessimism. I'm joking quite often that the older I get, the more eco-pessimistic I become. Our attitude, our perception of the issue, of those people who are thinking about it, we are turning more and more pessimistic with the years, and we are going back to the questions that we were asking to begin with, whether the economic development is at all possible. Unending economic development, it seems to me like it's a dead end. It's not possible. It's It's something impossible that we are trying to do. Emerald Network is a compromise. What Nino said about 17 sustainable development goals, they are not mandatory because it was a compromise. One of our guests mentioned when she was talking about the words of Greta Thunberg, that it's unending blah 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 instead of doing something very specific, something very tangible. But why tangible things are not happening? Why cannot we make any specific decision? Why no specific decisions were made at Glasgow conference? Maybe somebody would disagree with me, but if you ask me, in my opinion, it was just another declaration of intentions, just a blah 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 again, because they are very serious, very profound economic interests clashing there of different countries who cannot give up on economic development of their own countries. And Emerald Network just another example of the compromise. Protected areas are much better protected and more seriously protected areas than any Emerald Network site. It's an average. It's a way. It's kind of solution that would try to retain the balance and protect biodiversity up to a point, not fully. Aichi goes as well, for instance, stating that 15% of the land surface should be protected or at least managed, and it will help us to protect biodiversity up to a point. But I would like to remind the present audience that we are facing three global threats: climate crisis, waste crisis, and biodiversity crisis. However, biodiversity crisis is not that pressing for the society, but believe me, it's the most grave of them all.
Because it, destroys our lifestyle, and it will destroy it very soon. In few years, with 50, 60 years, we won't have an opportunity to live the way we live today. Whatever, however rich the country will be, the economy won't allow us, and it's due to a very simple example. Because up to 50% of the land today, wherever we can grow anything, we already need in order to grow the agricultural produce. And remember, to 2 billion people who are actually very strongly underfed, and this we shall somehow help these people to escape the poverty, because we shall sympathize them with if they are eating, they are living for less than $1 a day. So that, and I think that if we continue the way we are doing now, continue business as usual, we won't have this opportunity. So I will return to this. So is our structure balanced? Yes. Today, more or less, it is more or less balanced. It is responding to this. But is it resolving all the challenges we're facing? No. Okay, understand. Okay, technological development. So will it allow us to avoid the damage to the green economy? So when the technology develops, so how? Yes, of course, I still have a hope in this. However, for instance, if we take this topic again, this agricultural issues, for the last 30 years, with the area of the agricultural lands doesn't grow on the earth. So everything that could be cultivated is cultivated already. So we have very serious spots which are very important for the biodiversity. For instance, Amazon forests, tropical forests, where all this biodiversity areas where we have millions of species. And yes, okay, we can grow the palm plantations there because we need more and more palm oil. But of course, some technological, we will be able to resolve some part of technological problems. A human being is a smart species, and Nino said about ozone problem. We have resolved it, but for instance, the meat products, how we can resolve it, I don't know. What technological development can resolve this? Out of this 50% which I have mentioned, so half of the land area is is allocated for the meat production, including, for instance, in Georgia, 25% is the pastures. So this, they are at the same time the natural ecosystems, and converting them like we do in Europe, for instance. We did not convert them into the artificial ecosystems because our economy is not still developed. But as soon as our systems will become intensified, then it will not just will not work. Uh, so but we have 4,000 of various species, and instead of them, we will have places where we have 2 or 3 species. So therefore, those endemic species and this Caucasus region, why is it important? It is important because we in the Caucasus region, we have very many endemic species. So therefore, these species lose their habitats and these territories disappear. And that's a very serious problem. You know, this neither Georgian alone uh, nor the global community can resolve this uh, currently. So technological problems will resolve, technological progress will resolve these issues to a certain extent, but that's not a solution because, you know, I told you that we have exhausted practically the land areas, agricultural land areas. The population is growing, but we are using some genetic modified species, and these species give us possibility to provide higher productivity, but we pay some cost for this. We don't like GMOs, but I want to remind you that about 2 years ago, after 40 Nobel Prize winners addressed Greenpeace to stop fighting against GMOs, because if not these GMOs, half of Africa would die of hunger. So that's what we are facing today. So will these people die of hunger today or day after tomorrow? And of course, so everything has uh, uh, has its costs. We can resolve some certain problem, but that might generate some new problem that will arise tomorrow, which should be. I don't want to be too skeptical, but yes, yeah, but we shall face reality. But before I switch to Tamar, we have discussed a lot of these agricultural issues, but still, I want to return to you. We have been speaking about economy versus green economy, okay? And that's where I want to return to this because when we have discussed many things with Kaha and Stamar and Ms. Nino, but this issue is always there. So can we, on account of saving something, for instance, on the account of development of the local production, we can save power. For instance, we can build less hydropower plants, or we can avoid implementing large infrastructural projects that can damage the sturgeon, for instance. So how can we take into account in the economic development some other issues? And power, for instance, we can purchase power, and we will be able to less damage our environment and develop economy technologically. You can go on the way of technological development, and then we can purchase power. And we might not need then implementing larger infrastructural projects. Of course, large infrastructural projects always bring some damage, of course. Yes, that's possible, of course, but state shall define its priorities, where we are going to. And based on this, we shall set the economic parameters, the economic development models that would clearly show us what do we want, what we are doing, what we shall achieve. Again, from the standpoint of green and sustainable development, that's very important to explain these companies that if you do this, this will bring a profit to you. But if you pay this money in some 10, 15 years, it will bring about much higher profits. And there will be some regulations, but we shall still need to explain them because they shall this that's everything can be calculated. There are models, there are simulations. So this everything can be calculated actually, and it's also I have seen in many countries uh, processing factories where I haven't seen, for instance, even a single so somehow. But here, legislation defines that we shall have some special filters which would ensure avoiding these emissions, but for the larger cities. But how do you think in such cases? So is it necessary? I understand that every business thinks about profits, about their gains, first of all, and then about all the rest. But in this case, so this, how shall we take into consideration uh, this turbine, which is mandatory to have? They must have it. They must spend this money. So Ms. Nino knows this. We perform the EIA, and this is done, and this is mandatory before we start business operations. And this is defined by legislation. That is done. There are some enforcement mechanisms, and legislation is quite good. No, we don't have good legislation. I will tell you. I'm sorry to intervene. No, here is yes, but there is legislation, but how efficient it is. For instance, for the large business, for instance, the fine of 1,500 lari. So it's not limited. So actually, the PPP, public-private partnership, is extremely important from this standpoint, because businesses should feel their responsibilities, including these environmental issues. And I was bring an example that in high mountains, when we've been working on the lower mountains, USAID was helping us, and the Ministry of Economy, I was involved, and then they have arranged a study tour to Austria mountain regions, and that's exactly where I have seen this clear sky. They are creating limited liability companies that are taking certain areas for the management, and they are taking care about their cleanliness, and then they are paying money to farmers to bring their cattle and to graze there. So this limited liability company is the profit oriented, but they are not profit oriented, so they're called limited liability companies. But the businesses are spending their money in order to have clean meat in their country, to put it roughly, or clean milk products. So we are a bit far away from this, but still a certain business responsibilities, liabilities should increase. They should be obliged to spend money for the sustainable green projects. And the state, especially the state of our kind, which is always experiencing the lack of funds. And then so I always hear in this period, no, I understand, I always hear in this period, whatever, in journalism, that we are poor country, but I want to use this opportunity, and I want to arrange discussion in our program. So why we are poor, what are the chances of our country not to be poor, because I have information that we have quite big volumes of minerals, and we can very easily this can be not in the conditions we are right now, so it can be much better situation. So I offer this idea, and if you will, I want to arrange this discussion. Of course, this will be professional discussion where the business representatives will speak about. Yes, Richard. Yes, of course. Yes, we will also want to hear the qualified answers, but not some bragging around. So, Tamar, I want to switch to you now. We've been speaking a lot about agriculture, about the problems there, about the challenges there. In this case, what would you say with this regards? What would be your wishes, your ideas? In consideration of our agenda. So what can be done, for instance, this consultancy meetings, what ideas and what wishes you would have to be taken into consideration? Thank you, Nino. First of all, thank you for this opportunity, for sharing my experience from this platform. First of all, I would like to express gratitude towards Swedish Development Agency and UNDP, whose assistance during the years our association has been receiving this assistance for years, and with the support of Swedish International Development Agency. Last year, our association integrated UNDP environmental component, which implied developmental strategy and setting this respective action plan, which would arrange this environment component not only within our organizations, but that would help us to set certain goals for our to help our member farmers whose awareness, unfortunately, is very low. We've been speaking a lot that awareness raising is one thing, but the specific steps should be made. However, unfortunately, we are still there, especially in the regions. Awareness on these issues in the regions especially is very low. I will speak about I want to bring some examples from organizations because everybody shares this responsibility. The civil society, businesses within corporate social responsibility, also from the standpoint of of our organization, I can tell you we have created the working group, which is voluntary and which works on the environmental issues. And out of 70 people, 12 expressed wish to get involved intensively in this work. And we have set some certain plans in order to start from ourselves, from the organizations. We wanted to start making certain steps. So starting from use of the plastic cups, from separation of waste, etc. So when we've been speaking about the specific examples, fortunately, in Georgia, we have opportunity to, we have very many donor organizations who are ready to provide specific assistance in implementation of certain development projects. And I think that organizations like us have this responsibility. And we also have the luxury to travel abroad to see to observe the best practices. And Mr. David has brought a very good example. And we also have seen very many such examples, and we're trying within the framework of these projects with which we are providing assistance to our member farmers. We are trying to introduce such a best practices in various regions of Georgia, some demonstration projects, demonstration plots, because we want to raise awareness of the other farmers, to show them how we can deal with the existing problems, how can we increase productivity, how can we better use existing technologies, the innovations. So I can bring you three very specific examples of how it is possible to reduce the damage, harm to the environment. And yes, that's very important, of course, I understand. And with the help of Austrian Development Agency, we are implementing one projects under which we are organizing 4 demonstration pastures where we have fenced these pastures with the electric fence in order to avoid overgrazing. We have mm, so also these plants, specific plants were planted there, and because we want to avoid overgrazing as much as possible. That's a very huge problem. And then on these demonstration plots for the future, we are planning to show that's what we want to show other farmers, to share these experiences with them and help them in the future in with such initiatives in resolving their own problems. So innovation technologies, you also mentioned, they are very important, and in order to reduce the environmental impact, damage to the environment, we know that GHG emissions are very high in agriculture. I think that so we also are sharing certain responsibility for this, and innovative technologies that that through which developed countries are helping us. This is one of the ways out. And from this standpoint, we are having very interesting projects, and we are working with very many international partners, EU-funded projects, where in which 65 countries are participating, where we are testing specific innovations, and then we are measuring the outcomes. So to what extent these innovations help us to improve the environment, to reduce the damage to the environment. That's what we, for instance, see on the observation systems, the insect observation system that protects farmers from certain threats. We have systems of measuring the land, soil humidity, which help farmers to reduce the water consumption and better plan their activities. So these are the specific examples which I can provide. I want to ask the following questions. So, shall the state be providing assistance to farmers? What do I mean? For instance, I have such information that in the United States, as a rule, the farmers are receiving information about the expected demands on the market. So therefore, farmers can, for instance, change their attitudes and, for instance, plant not cabbages, but plant carrots, because there will be higher demand for carrots. But state is providing this information to the farmers. In such cases, how do you think this, for instance, in the building some fridge storages? I have seen very heavy situation in Kakheti when the peach in very huge uh, volumes higher than would be enough to satisfy Georgian market. They were just throwing it away. Was asking them, why do you throw it away? You can prepare, for instance, some sweet drink or juice or whatever, because I was thinking that it could be some product, but they are not interested in this. So this was extra work for them. They said that we do not have refrigerators. What kind of assistance would be appropriate from the state to uh, to avoid some spoiling of some products or throwing it away? So that's a very complex problem you are mentioning right now. One of the ways out is that it should be we should carry out preliminary analysis on what products will be demanded on the market, and from the ministry we are performing the price monitoring, which helps farmers to know the prices. But some preliminary study of the market, which products will be demanded, is extremely important, because I have said this in one of the programs that there is some tendenciousness. For instance, if if the state starts providing uh, assistance for one crop, then without any knowledge, without everybody tries to follow this the pattern. So this knowledge which a state has its own, for which state has its own responsibility, of course, and not only us, because when we're speaking about the state, we're speaking about the legislation. So we have quite a good legislation, but still we are facing the enforcement problems, and these regulations exist there, but again, there is enforcement problem. And our organizations, through the private standards, we are trying to convince these economists to introduce production standards. But here, this waste management is here very important issue, because without this, no farmer will be able to receive the standards. And the ministry has also introduced some a quality mark. Without no farmer will be able to receive it without the control, and it should take into consideration those mandatory components that farmers should satisfy. One very important also, uh, uh, I would like to stress this from this Ministry of Economy. We are now implementing, so there is a project produced in Georgia, and the project requires that before we issue the grant, all the farmers should uh, take the environmental trainings, because otherwise they won't be able That's the part of education. Yes. So the state is making certain steps in this direction, but this awareness education with this standpoint that we shall be providing this, and so we shall tell them we don't receive this funding if you don't have this certain minimum knowledge at least, and you won't be able to develop your farm. So such limitations, if we do not include these basic mandatory requirements, but when we are speaking about the government, it's also very important to speak about the centralization process, because doing everything from the central level by the large ministries is just physically impossible. So if local municipalities, their awareness won't be taken care of, and if certain budgets won't be allocated, achieving this scale in the regions will be extremely difficult. And I want to tell also that we are now in the transition period, our generation and the next generation, because we have gone through the formation change. We've been always hearing that we have perfect fruits and perfect vegetables, but the leader in this field appeared to be Netherlands. Our small country, smaller than us, but they still supply vegetables to the entire globe. And so maybe after pandemic, it's became even more apparent how important the education system is. And so this became on the one hand more accessible because, online learning made this available to everybody, but I want to know if it was possible, this professional education, vocational education in the field of agriculture, because those peasants who became farmers, those peasants who should become farmers. So we need to allow such people. And so thank you very much. And you have touched upon a very interesting issue. Our association since 2011, with the help of UNDP, is involved in implementation of the learning by doing program, this dual approach, which implies active involvement of the private sector, because the students, together with theoretical knowledge, they should receive some practical knowledge, so they should be employed in the private companies, which very often leaves retains the students. And you have mentioned Netherlands, and that's especially the Netherlands. We had the study tour there last year in December, where we have taken both the college teachers as well as the vocational school students, the fruit growing students, with whom we have shared, and also instructors, so-called, from the private sector, who are involved in this practical training. So we have taken them to Netherlands because we wanted them to see these best practices. So if these small countries with those technological news advances which they have, which they are permanently, we wanted to see how this small country achieves such a high productivity, and how they get youth involved in this not very popular sector actually. And that's really miracle. Why it didn't become so popular? Because actually this is I would say this can be quite a profitable business and interesting. By the way, I want to share one very small experience. I was interested in tomato growing, and I was personally interested why do not we have such a tasty tomatoes which we had in my childhood, and when we went to the market. So why there are not such a tasty and good products. So, but it appeared that all the good producers in Georgia, they all have one consultant, one person who knows very well how to grow tomatoes in order to make it to have a good taste. And we can also say the same about veterinary. This is also very problematic because all the farmers in our that's where I have this experience from in our program. All the farmers say that we have a veterinary, we have problems in veterinary, in the field of veterinary. And so in this case, the state should be defining the most important and deficit professions that would support development of farms as the businesses. Of course, the SAGE should be directly involved, and it is involved. I can say that it's not, because regularly Ministry of Economy is the authority that is providing for the market research and market analysis, and based on this, they are identifying these demanded professions, and then the Ministry of Education continues working with them on this, and we are working very actively with them, and we still retain hope that it's maybe a little bit a long-term perspective, but this process goes on, and within the framework of our assistance, we have over 300 students involved. We have 76 graduates already, and next year everybody will graduate, and so this over 300 people will join this labor market, and I hope that their qualification will be at least a little bit higher. Yes, this helps us a lot. I should have started with the human rights probably, but by the end of the panel, I hope that this will cause quite a big interest in our audience, and I'm also very interested in this. So from the standpoint of human rights, I mean, of course, legislation, etc. So what would you wish to have? What amendments would you make in order to better protect human rights? I understand that it's quite a dilemma, and Kaha has already mentioned that we, of course, want to develop the business. This is necessary for strengthening the country's economy, but whether this is in compliance with the human rights, where we are facing challenges, and what can we do better? What can we where we can improve laws? So thank you very much for this very interesting panel. And first of all, thank you very much for allowing me to speak on these very important issues, human rights issues, and to share our
And people who are attending us here or online. When we are talking about environment protection and sustainable development goals, we should not be forgetting about human rights, because living in a healthy environment is one of the most important entitlements, most important rights that are necessary for us, and even more important for future generations. And unless we take some efficient steps right now, the livelihood and health might be facing even more challenges later on. Institutional setup, legislative frameworks from environment protection standpoint in Georgia is not yet fully developed, I might say, in order to ensure efficient achievement of sustainable development goals. It might be said that the very last year, for instance, from the standpoint of human rights in relation to environment protection, was full of challenges. We might say that from the standpoint of institutional development in environmental protection, is quite often we are quite often witnessing reforms that are not well defined, well planned for, and sometimes are happening ad hoc. For instance, Kaha mentioned the merging of the functions of ministries of environment and Ministry of Agriculture, some of the functions being passed over to Ministry of Economic Development. Quite recently, the Environmental Impact Assessment Code was amended, and certain functions have been passed over to the Ministry of Economy. And this decision was carried out under the quickened mode without participation of all the stakeholders, and reform was not well planned for and was not very well justified. And the first thing that the state should do when we are talking about protection of environment is to ensure engagement of every stakeholder, every concerned party is the first step in environment protection. And it seems to me like from this standpoint, whether we would be talking about the state or about any kind of other stakeholder, we need more participation. We need more engagement in order to establish such a system of environment protection in Georgia that will be directly tied up with achievement of sustainable development goals, including economic development, including different decision making. When decision making is taking place, it should not be happening without taking into consideration some social threats and environmental threats. Sometimes, however, sometimes the decisions are being made with a shorter time horizon for a short-term needs without taking consideration, properly taking consideration all the human health-related risks or environment-related risks. And it is necessary to take a longer view, to aim for a longer horizon, not to stress on the maybe economic gain here and now, but about the negative impacts that might arrive later. There are many cases that we can give you as an example that would serve as a clear illustration of approaching this issue indeed in such a way. For instance, in NAMA 1 HPP, Cascade HPP, where those people's rights were violated who were directly in the area of direct impact of this HPP actually. There was a lack of proper access to information. There was a lack of proper engagement and participation in decision making and so on and so forth. And even all of this, it might be said, that in order to ensure better institutional setup in our country, in order to be more efficient in reforming, in order to ensure implementation of the law properly, it is necessary that any actor should be basing their decision making on democratic principles. And these democratic principles in environment provide for accountability, for transparency, for justification of the decision, inclusiveness, consensus-based approach, and so on and so forth. Another thing that might be mentioned, that control of economic activity is something that is indeed lacking in our case, because quite often we see when some specific economic activity is so detrimental to environment that it cannot be restored later on. The impact cannot be rectified. And it might be said that it's an indication that we do not have proper overseeing. And I can give you Chokurti and Jayatura cases where some specific economic activity brought so much damage that cannot have been mitigated and cannot be restored any longer. And in order for such cases to no longer happen, it is necessary to have appropriate concerned parties engaged in decision making and also to implement all of those obligations that were assumed by our country under association agreement with EU. And this issue became even more pressing since the government filed the application for a quickened access to EU. And this is something that means that all of this issue should be brought into our everyday agenda for every citizen of our country. Mariam, I would like to ask another question by all means. You mentioned the environmental impact assessment and environmental impact assessment document without which no large-scale project can be carried out. And also you mentioned Namahwani HPP, which was very painful topic for our society. I would like to ask the following. Environmental impact assessment document, the first stage of preparation of this document is the scoping, is studying the public opinion, for instance, especially when we are talking about the local residents, discussing all of the processes with the local residents. So the company which is carrying out the construction of the project, in particular, is one of the first actors. But what is the role to be played by the state in cases of this kind? How the state should be engaging itself in the negotiation processes, and what topics should it be paying the closest attention to in order to avoid the problems of the kind that we've had in case of Namahwani HPP, when the population did not know what it was all about and expressing its concerns. That on one hand, these concerns are to be addressed by the company, but on the other hand, by the state as well, how it should be happening. The state engagement is necessary in such a way as to ensure the most possible inclusiveness of the process with participation of those people who are falling under the heaviest impact of the project, and ensure that the answering of all the questions should not be only formal, but rich context-wise, to leave no question unanswered. And of course, engagement of the company is of utmost importance, but engagement of the state is even more important because the state is one of the parties to the agreement, and the state is taking upon itself responsibility for the processes in general. Not only in case of specific projects, probably, but it's part of the overall general view of economic development. For instance, when the state believes that because of the higher demand for electricity, it is necessary to construct some additional installed capacity. The involvement of society that was mentioned is very, very fairly mentioned, but another thing is that in the course of engagement of the society, when society is expressing certain concerns, these concerns should not be overlooked. This is one of the most serious problems in our case. They are quite often, when the public hearings are being organized, the law is fully observed, there are public hearings that are taking place, but I can give you many, many specific cases when the public hearings did happen, but no single question was taken in consideration. For instance, forestry code. Last year, in December, I believe, there were certain amendments that were introduced. There were public hearings organized in the course of the second hearing of the forest code. And it's improper approach when the parliament has already heard it twice, and only after you organize the public hearings around the document. There were quite an extensive feedback was received in the course of this public hearing, but they were not taken into consideration at all. The initial edition of the amendment was adopted. And another example that I can give you, it's a widespread practice, unfortunately. I'm throwing a stone at Ministry of Economy now. The preliminary memorandum, practice of preliminary memoranda. When the investor is approaching the ministry is making a preemptive memorandum with them, defining what installed capacity is supposed to be installed somewhere in certain locality. And after that, the whole process, the screening, the scoping, preparation of environment impact assessment is actually fitted to this preliminary memorandum. When the company preparing environmental impact assessment in such a way as to fit with the conditions of the memorandum. While the environmental impact assessment document is supposed to define the alternatives, to take into consideration the interests of the local residents, of the public in general, to find the solution that would be least harmful to the environment, at the same time retaining certain margin of profit for the investor, and only then define what installed capacity is supposed to be constructed in that specific locality, whether it will be megawatt, 100 megawatt, or nothing at all. If anybody has a question in the room, you're free to ask it now, but please provide Mr. Merab with the mic. Yes. If we've got, yes, of course. I would like to continue with the topic that was already touched upon in the course of your discussion, because it's quite important. Cooperation and participatory approach to sustainable development. Participatory approach, involvement. But involvement, what kind of fruit does this involvement bring is another issue, and quite important one. I can give you one example of my own as well. Just quite recently, just several weeks ago, the Energy and Climate National Plan project was being discussed with seemingly wide circles of the public involved. It was presented by the Ministry of Economic Development. This presentation and the document was being discussed for several months. Seemingly, you mentioned seemingly several times. I would not agree with seemingly. What is seeming about it? I would like give you information about it. The plan was not yet adopted. because there were very serious questions asked in relation to this project. There are many serious issues to be solved first, to resolve first. And given all of this, the Prime Minister makes a declaration stating that now we are starting the large-scale construction of HPPs. While it's not even a priority of the document, even haven't been declared as a priority at all, so the priority of hydro generation in development of generation in general was never outlined anywhere. Therefore, my question would be, who is responsible for that? What Prime Minister's declaration is based upon? It seems, to use a mild word, deficiency of decision-making process. And the very same Prime Minister has signed the Sustainable Development Agreement back in 2015 in New York. It's the very same person. And it's a very important issue as to how are decisions being made. One thing is what we've got in the law, and another thing what we've got in practice. And this participation is never properly observed. This is one position of mine. And another question that I wanted to ask is, who's responsible for sustainable development goals in Georgia and coordination of the sustainable development goals and monitoring of the implementation in Georgia? Whose job it is? And given the most recent data, what is the place that Georgia occupies in the international ratings in relation to implementation of SDGs? And where do we lag behind the most? Whom are you addressing this question to? Can you tell us? I can answer the last part of the question. In Georgia, the Sustainable Development Goals are being coordinated and monitored by the governmental administration of the government. As I mentioned in the very beginning, if you were attending us at the earlier stage, it's all voluntary. It's not mandatory. Conventions are mandatory, yes. You are supposed to perform and you are supposed to show how do you implement them. But as for the SDGs, they are not mandatory. If you are talking about the 2030 goals, about 17 goals and 169 tasks, there are no specific indices or ratings that would measure your progress along these lines. At least I've never heard of them. There are some UN-affiliated organizations who are assessing it. So who's in top five? So if you've ever heard about Jeffries, they have this network informalization assessment. They are working on assessing the countries, and Georgia was near the bottom half, not maybe on the very last place, but near the bottom half of the list. We will try to acquire this information and assess it on our own as well. There are no actually any kind of competition between the countries and who's doing better and who's doing worse. I can provide you with a source of this information. This assessment was taking place for the last several years. There are ratings of this kind. It happened several times in the course of the last years, and I can give you the name of an organization who is doing it. Yes, of course, please do. Please provide. Please introduce yourself, the lady in the front row, and we've got any questions online as well. Let me welcome you. My name is Mariam Kimberidze, a non-governmental organization. The union of the nature researchers of Georgia, ORCID. Thank you very much for organizing today's event. My special thanks to the Swedish government. We are also being partnered by this Swedish government in our own activities. And we are engaged in sustainable development goals as well. I would like to show my respect to the United Nations Development Program as well for helping us to organize interesting events of today's kind. And there are several topics that I wanted to touch upon. out of the topics discussed by our panel speakers. There were very interesting speeches by Ms. Filawa, by Mr. Arsiwadze. Others were also interesting, but these are closer to our own topics. What Nino said and what was interesting about Nino's speech, that apart from public awareness, you need to work with target groups, with specific narrow sectoral professional groups, because all of those innovations on novel practices and novel approaches, modern and up-to-date practices, it will be easier for them to absorb them and apply them in practice. And another thing that I wanted to mention is a comment. I would like to reflect on the comment by Mr. David Agladze and his wish in relation to the green growth. It's a very long and very profound and very complicated process. Our organization, with support of the Swedish government, indeed, is working on the green circular economy program. And you've been engaged in this program actively as well. And your considerations in relation to engagement of small and medium business in the program, how should it happen in order to ensure the shift of systemic approach in the country? We've been actively cooperating with different small and medium companies. We've elaborated 15 conceptual notes already, and we are working on elaboration of the business plan and trying to arrange the issues related to the green loans with the banks. By the beginning of May, it should happen. So things that you were talking about the lack of motivation, lack of incentives for the banks to fund the green growth. Actually, this is what we are actually working on. And we will try to ensure funding of green growth programs in construction, in agricultural sector, in several sectors of agriculture, also in the issues related to the municipal waste management and recycling. This topic would not have been so much well developed unless for the trust of the Swedish government towards our group on one hand, and on the other hand, cooperation with the ministries of economic development and sustainable development and Ministry of Agriculture and Environment. So it might be said that we did achieve this shift of perception indeed. And we do have now the best of chances to use the best practice with engagement of local and international experts. Just going on to what Mr. Artsiwadze was talking about. Kaha is my university mate, very interesting respondent. I quite often think about ponder things that Kaha was talking about, IUCN system, protected areas, emerald network sites, and legal collisions related to these protected areas. It was very well thought out and very well expressed. And I would like to wish you, so open-minded and broad-minded people, the second half of our panel will be also very interesting, and you will have a chance to express yourselves then as well, because we are running a little bit out of time. Therefore, try to be brief, please. Let's try to be brief and concise, because there are many questions in line as well. Ulay Archil, some youth organizations network. My question indeed will be very brief and to the point. We are talking about engagement, participation, public awareness a lot, and I have a feeling that we are forgetting the most important part of it, the private sector and large-scale business, which today in Georgia is acting shamelessly, harming the environment, especially in Tbilisi. It might be construction sector, or not only, some production sector as well. For instance, in Rustavi, everybody knows what's happening in Rustavi. When people, local residents were poisoned actually, while the fines imposed by the government were very, very, very meager, 1,000 lari only. And we know what's happening in Ciatura when the local residents' houses are being brought down and people become homeless. This is the precondition for my question, so to say. My question would be addressed to the representatives of the government of Georgia. Do they plan to make the legislation stricter, for instance? Archil, do you have any considerations as to what should be done in order to make everything perfect, to avoid polluting of the cities the way it is being polluted right now, at the same time ensuring economic activity of the business, not to hinder business activities on one hand, and at the same time to ensure healthy environment for people? Yes, the first thing to do is to make the law stricter, make more, well, when the business is so free to do whatever they wish, when they see that they are dusting the environment and the only thing that they have to pay for that is 1,000 lari fine, then they won't care. They would not be installing the dust protection mesh, for instance. So first thing to do is to make the legislation stricter, and then the stricter legislation should be put to practice, to have it actually implemented. Because well, however the strict the law might be, it doesn't work unless it is being applied. And how it should be done technically, how the law is to be submitted to the parliament. I know, for instance, that the ministry is free to initiate the discussion of the draft law. Actually, everybody can. Anybody, any citizen of Georgia is entitled to submit the draft law to the parliament. So when we are talking about engagement, about participatory approach, responsibility of each and every citizen, this is something not to forget. For instance, any citizen of Rustavi, for instance, Rustavi you mentioned, can submit the initiative, legal initiative to the parliament, because Rustavi is not only belongs not only to the Rustavi residents, but to every other citizen of Georgia as well. And I would like to address this question. Who is supposed to answer? Just give me a second. Just give me a second. If the Ministry of Economy or Ministry of Environment would submit such a draft law to the parliament, it will lead to more impact than if some group of citizens would do the same. If initiative group of Rustavi citizens, for instance, would address the parliament with some draft law to initiate, and it will lead wider wider outcomes and more profound outcomes than it in case of citizens would do it. It's a simplest way, because I cannot imagine that something that is being done by the Rustavi factory when residents are being poisoned around it, or when construction sector is dusting the air in Tbilisi. What would happen if a similar thing were to happen in Sweden? What kind of outcome would the companies of that ilk face? You had your opinion? Yes, you answer it, please, and then I will give the floor to you. Did you have any question to ask? Hello, Soso. Hi. You want to ask a question? Levan Pangani. You mentioned the engagement of private sector, and it's understandable, and it's very interesting, and we understand that some legal changes, legal amendments should happen. But when you are asking the business to be sustainable, the first question to ask is whether the business does have this knowledge and experience to change the business model and to become more sustainable. This is the most important, to change the Friedman approach of the business for business, the corporate responsibilities and other principles that should we be relying upon. That would not be measured by some formal documents only, but would serve as a philosophy, ensuring better engagement of businesses and changing of business models that they rely upon. Yes, I understand your opinion, and there is a question on the part of the young man over there. No, young lady over there. Please introduce yourself. Hello. First of all, thank you very much for talking about very, very important issues for our country. I'm Nana Gogwadze. I'm Director of Innovation and Development of some company whose name I missed, unfortunately. And the chairperson of the Young Businessmen Association of Georgia. So my question would be related to small and medium businesses, because I'm indeed working on circular economy issues. If Ms. Nino would not mind, I would like to address a question to her. I came back to Georgia a year ago. I used to live in United States before, and with an internship in United Nations in the business funding committee. Therefore, it seems to me like I'm quite well acquainted with circular economy and responsible business activities for our country. And this was the very reason for me to come back, to transpose this practice in our country as well. And the companies that I'm representing today and now is one of the examples. So whatever we could, we did. For instance, our plastic bottles are fully recycled. We are the bottling company. One of the bottled water brands is being produced by us. And we wanted to move on to some more ambitious stage and to replace the electricity with renewable energy sources. For instance, we've installed the solar panels, and also we are taking care of our wastewater, aiming for the zero waste strategy. And I know people who do have these treatment facilities, who can deliver these treatment facilities for us. We've prepared the project, we've prepared the presentation, but we've faced so many bureaucratic problems. Quite often, certain state agencies simply did not answer our questions when we were addressing this or that state agencies that we want to do this or we want to do that, and simply they were not returning our mail. And I know many small and medium businesses around me who do care about it. We do have resources, we do have this working experience, but we are failing to do so. You are all experts sitting in the panel, and your recommendations for me would be very, very important. What can we do about it? Are there any initiatives planned for that will not be related only to awareness? Something more specific, that will help us to take specific and tangible steps to apply it in practice, to do it for our country's benefit. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being so speedy, actually, because I know that there are many more questions. Mr. David, maybe you would be the person best positioned to answer these two questions briefly. What can be done about legislation? How to make it more strict? To impose more responsibility on the business, and when we are talking about responsible business, when the business is trying to be responsible, what to do about it?
So the feedback and response. So with regards to the enterprises that are causing damage, that's not only our problem. Later or earlier, we will find some golden section when we'll be able to not to damage the interests of either of the company or of the environment. So these problems, of course, if we take Sweden, for instance, but before we reach level of Sweden, we need to take, they are at a very different level. And so we need to take but EU, for instance, recognizes that consumption of coal is very damaging to the environment. But Poland doesn't agree with this, and they still mine the coal and they are using the coal. And because if they prohibit it, they will have very bad social situation, because very many people are providing for the family with working in the coal industry. So later or earlier, we will come to this level, and we will have these outcomes when we will be able to keep the balance between the interests of the producers and of the environment. Of course, legislation exists and there are some problems in enforcement, but yes, of course. But we will come to this when we will be able to find some balanced golden section where not to kill this enterprise with these fines, but they should be reluctant to violate this. And also the second question, you mentioned the resources. You think that we might need these resources to implement all this, but not everybody has these resources. On the contrary, if you will help us to within this business for environment program, when we are inviting these businessmen and introducing them to the best practices, and So you will have to, and we can invite you and you can spread this information also that this can be done in Georgia. So thank you very much. And so we've finished the first panel with this. I'm sorry, Merab, I'm sorry, we are over time. Now I can see that the last report has been produced in 2021. The Georgia is on the 56th place. This is very authoritative organization. Is this? Jeffrey Sachs is the head of this organization, who was the personal advisor to UN Secretary General, and he's very popular economist throughout the globe today. So I would advise you to get interested in this and to see this report. Unfortunately, I haven't looked into this in detail, but you will find in detail by each goal what is the situation in each country. Thank you very much. I think that EU questionnaire also will impose further commitment obligations on us, and the environmental issues will be of we will have to report on this, especially in the beginning of July. Unfortunately, we have no time, and very briefly, if you want to say anything. Thank you very much. Khatuna Zaldastanishvili, Head of Programs, Swedish Embassy. I want to just provide information with regards to Rustavi. We, together with the Ministry of Environment and together with the various agencies, we are planning to purchase and provide assistance to the air quality monitoring systems. We will install 8 stations, including in Rustavi, and this will help us to process data and to develop the plans and to protect the interests of the population. And this will help us in making quicker steps in improving air quality in the country and in Rustavi. As for the circular economy, with regards to circular economy, Jorge has already said this with this regard. In this program, we have one awareness raising project, and the second project, second component, this is mapping of the circular economy, and also we are planning to help the country in developing strategy and action plan. And that's also will allow us to overcome barriers that business and state sector are facing. Thank you very much, Hatuna. That's very important information, of course, because we know that with the assistance of our friend countries, we can improve our economy much more efficiently and to better resolve environmental problems. Thank you very much for this information. So now the first panel is over, and we will announce half an hour break, and the second part will be also very important, and I'm sure that it will have very much information. All the questions received online we will read as soon as we finish second panel. Thank you very much once again. So now half an hour break, and we come back in exactly 30 minutes.
თუ შეიძლება დავიკავოთ ადგილები მეორე შეხვედრის დასაწყებად. ძალიან გთხოვთ დავიკავოთ ადგილები. დავიკავოთ ადგილები და ვიწყებთ. დავიკავოთ ადგილები, არჩილ, ძალიან გთხოვთ, დავიკავოთ ადგილი. გადაცემაში ყოველთვის გიწვევთ, ახლა ამაზე ძალიან გთხოვთ, ჩემთან კი ბატონო მობრძანდით, არანაირი პრობლემა. ამ ადამიანებიდან თითქმის კი ბატონო, ამაზე თქვენ თუ შეთანხმდებით, მე მოწვევა ჩემზე იყოს ამაზე ერთი წამი პრობლემა არ შეგექმნებათ ნამდვილად. ძალიან გთხოვთ, იქნებ დავიკავოთ ადგილები და საკმაოდ საინტერესო პანელის მეორე ნაწილი გველოდება, სადაც ჩვენ ასევე სტოკჰოლმი პლუს 50-ის ფარგლებში საკონსულტაციო შეხვედრების პანელის მეორე ნაწილია სწორედ ახლა წარმოდგენილი, ძალიან საინტერესო ადამიანებით და თემა თავისთავად ცხადია არის პირველ რიგში ტბილისში კლიმატის ცვლილება და ამ კლიმატის ცვლილებით გამოწვეული ვთქვათ პრობლემები, რომლების გადაჭრაც უწევთ სხვადასხვა სახელმწიფოებს, როგორც ცალ-ცალკე, ასევე ერთად. ასევე შეგახსენებთ, რომ ონლაინ არის საშუალება, რომ დასვათ შეკითხვები, ეს შეკითხვები აუცილებლად და მოსაზრებებიც ასევე, რაც მთავარია, უსათუოდ გამოგვადგება ამ თემაზე სამუშაოთ, რადგან ივნისის დასაწყისში იქნება Stockholm +50-ის შეხვედრა, მსოფლიო ესეთი ძალიან დიდი ფორუმი გაიმართება, სადაც საქართველო თავისი რეკომენდაციებით და კონსულტაციებით უნდა მიუერთდეს. შესაბამისად, ჩვენი შეხვედრები არა მხოლოდ დღევანდელი, არამედ ასევე თელავის და ბათუმის იქნება სწორედ ამ კონსულტაციებისთვის ძალიან მყარი საფუძველი. ეს იქნება წარდგენილი სწორედ ივნისის დასაწყისში ამ ძალიან დიდ ფორუმში.
This will be submitted in the early July. So welcome everybody. So that's the biggest challenge we are facing now. I mean the climate change, and let's begin from the problems that are linked with the climate change, which you can see that's very obvious in our daily life. I mean not only Georgia, but I mean the global level. All the changes we can observe, and in every day in the news we can see quite a disturbing information that the climate is changing. Very often we can see such an events like floods, ice caps melting, and so there are very many problems that are being actively discussed through media. And first of all, I would like to ask you what changes were brought about in our daily lives by the climate changes. This is, of course, human factor, which we shall take into consideration, and what can we use to reduce this damage in every country. But in this case, I think we shall pay more attention to Georgia. So how can we reduce all this? So thank you very much, Nino. First of all, welcome. I represent Agency for Innovations and Technologies, and I consider this challenge from our standpoint. First of all, any such global challenge in the startup space is considered as an opportunity, because it's very important to support the startups in order to ensure access to the finances, funding, because exactly such problems, they should be transforming into the business models, and then the consumers will follow with the changing their behaviors, and this so these models that can be commercialized must be included into the global value chain, and the Georgian products can go to for the export. That's and with this regard, the state is working very actively, and as you know that knowledge and innovation-based technology development is one of the priorities, and therefore our agency as main coordinating agency is taking care of addressing the fourth industrial revolution and to ensure the existence of the necessary skills, because you know that when we are facing any challenges, such a large challenges like, for instance, global changes, global climate change, and other environmental factors or social challenges. And with this regard, we have various programs through which we are trying to build the capacities. We are allowing them to participate in hackathons and marathons, and because that's very important that exactly the young scientists should be thinking about the ways out, and the state should be supporting them in this, will it be through legislation, through the access to funding, and then this ways out should be turned into the business model, and then our startups should implement such things. That's how we look at these issues. Yes, thank you. I will pass the floor to Esma, and I would like to ask this question with regards to the vulnerable groups. As for the climate change, so how this is this problem growing for the vulnerable groups, and whether the legislation is able to respond all those issues that are related to the climate change? I would like to ask this from the standpoint of the vulnerable groups. What do you think? What shall be done better from the standpoint of the awareness rising for the vulnerable groups? So to improve the living conditions, to provide better living conditions. So what can be done from this standpoint? In such case, what shall be the relationship between the state and the vulnerable groups? What can we do this for this? Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me, first of all. And as for the various vulnerable groups in general, during any disaster, will it be war, will it be natural disaster, or any other kind of some complications or pandemics, let's say. First of all, it is very negatively reflected on the vulnerable groups, for instance, on the disabled persons, on the socially vulnerable persons, and other similar groups, other minorities. Because in this case, everybody is trying to do something quickly as soon as possible in the survival mode. And these people are often unable to keep up with the pace, keep up with the speed. And that's impossible because they are not prepared. For instance, they do not know how to behave in case of disaster. They do not have this information. They do not have access to the environment. They do not have access to some shelters, and maybe they won't be able to physically reach the shelter. They do not have information on what's going on specifically and what kind of uh, hazards they are facing. So that's why it's very important that to involve in all this planning this disabled persons. You know that in we have the crisis and management council and structure, and accordingly, it's very important that in development of this develop action plan to involve these people, these persons in the. We have an experience when, for instance, in the 2014-2020 strategy and 2017-2020 action plan, there was given for the review to the disabled persons, and we have provided certain recommendations. This strategy expired already, and I just want to know if we have some new strategy for the is being developed, and it's very important that we disabled persons know what shall we do, what is being done. That's also very important for us, and because and also there is another moment with regards to the learning. It's very important to apply the inclusive methods, for instance, for the blind persons, from the deaf persons. We shall be providing proper knowledge to them. How can they provide, for instance, the primary aid? We've been learning this when we were at school, but we didn't have any means. Any, for instance, for instance, when I'm blind, how can I see what is written there? So that doesn't pay attention to it. That's very important to eradicate this. And Esma, if you have any specific ideas on how to eradicate this, have you thought about this, and what would you offer in this case? What would be your recommendation to government, or on this document, for instance, which we are developing right now, which should be submitted in June at this global meeting? So as I have already said, and it will be very important that when we are working on the disaster risk reduction strategy, to involve the disabled persons and their organizations. Also, can be related to the work,
ადმინისტრაციასთან წარმოდგენილი, ვიცი რომ ერთი
which is
ორგანიზაცია
also working on the strategy. I know that there is one organization which is working on this rights of the disabled persons, but this one is not enough, I think, because, for instance, the persons with disabilities, they are very diverse community, and we will need to have better representation there. But also these international practices we shall learn somehow, and we shall involve somehow donors and development organizations. We shall learn ourselves how this is happening in the other countries. For instance, evacuation of the disabled persons, and how can we get involved in these environmental issues? Because this climate change time will come, and it will have an impact on us, of course. So. Okay, thank you very much, Tina. I will now switch to you. You are the person who actually very actively was involved in the processes going on in city of Rustavi. I just want to know, in general, first of all, I would like to ask, so what is the situation with the awareness in the society on the climate change? I mean, so how is society aware what we can expect from this on the background of the climate change? So in general, among those youths that you are, for instance, you are united in one specific, so the Rustavi population in general, those with whom you have contacts, are they aware of these threats or these hazards? That's okay. Thank you very much, first of all, and thank you for inviting me. That's very important. Yes, involving the community representatives in such meetings is very important. And as for the question, if we speak about the climate change, we know that we are facing a very huge impacts, very huge risks, and the population knows this, but still awareness is not enough. It's not sufficient, and not only Rustavi, it's not for instance, we also, after so many years of work, still many people do not understand the threats that exist in their own city. So therefore, this perception of the global threats is much more difficult when we cannot even perceive the obvious threats. And you know that civil society, for instance, I am this example. It took me years to understand what's going on in my own city, because I didn't have any idea on the scale of pollution and the threats existing in my city. And here, representative of Swedish embassy told us about the importance of the monitoring stations. So if we didn't have this monitoring stations that will be arranged in Rustavi with the help of the embassy, we wouldn't have data which would allow us to confirm our doubts and our suspicions. And so therefore data is very important, and access to data is also very important, because we can see that we are breathing with very bad air, and this allows us to require some changes. And unfortunately, I believe that the closer the climate change comes to us, we will be better understanding how important all this is. So don't you think that incorporating all this in the education system will provide for the better results? Yes, I understand. So it has been removed from almost all the universities. So if you knew this, how the monitoring exists from 1979. Yes, monitoring is, but there was already indicative measurements, and permanent monitoring didn't exist up to 2019. Therefore, in the annual perspective, we didn't have the respective data, and the type of the monitoring existing in Rustavi didn't provide us with the full picture, and we don't have it still, because the station is installed only in the old Rustavi, and in new Rustavi, before we have new station, we won't have this information, unfortunately. in both stations. We had the monitoring, and you can come to the National Environmental Agency and we'll provide this information and we can show you what. And as for the education system, what you said, I want to tell you, I am 73 years old. I don't hide my age. I am working for 40 years in the universities. I don't start listing now in which, and all these subjects were removed, because the students do not distinguish from the climate series and the hydrological series. They can't distinguish. We have had this question in the first part. I was, I didn't join you then, but now I have to. So you think that it's, yes, it should be incorporated into the uh, uh, again into the education system. So I want to ask you this again because you are the specialist of education. So it might be some basic knowledge might exist which children will be receiving at schools, and at what level it is necessary to include all these climate change issues, elementary basic knowledge of the climate change in order to at least make our population prepared to the events that might be caused by the climate change. So the climatologists shall know what is climate, that's natural, of course, and then we shall speak about others when they will, when they just abolish teaching this these things in the university. That's very some strange things, weird things are happening. Now they have changed syllabi, and we shall. Okay, I understand. Thank you very much, and I think that's my fine word because I'm really angry with this. You say skills. How the students can gain these skills if they do not learn the subject? And I don't mean, I mean especially say all the people should they be ready for the elementary climate change, for the basic knowledge that might become a problem with the teacher of fast spaces. For instance, for the prevention of the earthquakes in Japan, they teach what they should do during the earthquake because it's a quite frequent phenomenon there. And so climate change has determined such things that will allow us to gain this knowledge, the basic knowledge, but not on the specialist level, of course. But we had such a program, TV program, nature and human being. So media was involved, but now it's not anymore. Now we're just fighting with each other, and nobody takes care of this. Yes, unfortunately, I have to agree with you. Unfortunately, I have to. Oh, that was very important information. I want also to add something to this with regards to the climate change, population, and average statistical citizen, what they know about this. For instance, the fact that so many food are just thrown away. I mean, commercial sites like restaurants, hotels, in the condition when we have so many hungry in our country. So, but this is just thrown away. So this requires logistics or additional technical resources, but very few take care of this of because this unused food it's very huge in volume actually, and to distribute this somehow among those people who are in need, in real need. This is also part of the sustainability that we are spending some energy on this. And this we are and then that's disposed of. But they don't even feed animals with this. So, but legally, how can we regulate and how can we solve this problem? So, in an organized manner, again, we come to the state that they still at least somehow develop the guidelines, or at least they shall some various thematic unions exist there in the so-called hospital sector, in the hospitality sector. in the food industry. And it's very important that if not the state, then the professional associations themselves, so business associations, shall develop some business mechanisms. And thank you very much. And then I go to Levan again. I will respond to this very briefly because we had business representatives in the previous panel, and here we have, and we can see these problems are here. It's very important that to have this response from the business. If the businesses will be identifying and for instance, the technologies they are throwing away this food in the restaurants. We can create some kind of application or platform where we can register what kind of food is disposed of, and then we can distribute this among the animals so hungry. And so that's the problem. And such megathons and hackathons, this problem is being identified, and then people, youngsters, programmers, they are thinking jointly on resolving these problems, and there is a prize, because unfortunately these people are always very busy. They are working, and but this hackathons also they can need funding, surprises, because the winners should be able to implement this project then. And the donors are very actively involved in this, and the state organizations. All legislation and guidelines, that do not help, because we know that one thing is passing the law and second thing is enforcing it. So if we will have such an order, so to say, from businesses that we're facing this problem, we are seeing this problem that we are disposing of the food, and okay, let's come together with the stakeholders and find the ways of resolving this. And if there will be also a prize, I'm sure that very many people will get involved and community will be able to do more. And this pandemic showed us very well, and war. And once again, in the second part, I want to express my full support to our Ukrainian friends and hope that this disaster that is happening will end soon. Levan, we are switching to the business association directly, and we have expressed our wishes, and we have seen what can there be from the standpoint of business association, which can provide for these very interesting innovations. And in the climate change, for instance, businesses can take part. So thank you very much. And thank you very much to the organizers for such kind of meetings. We listened to very many interesting ideas. One of them was this exactly. So personally, I think it will be very difficult for me to comment, because I think those people should speak about this, who are involved in this hospitality sector. However, I want to say one thing, that mainly there are very many problems. We mentioned the goals, etc., etc. But very many problems are connected to the fact that we are going through some certain transformation, including mental transformation, and we are unable to fully understand that. For instance, this excessive waste is caused by our improper culture, when we are ordering 3 times more than we need to consume. And that's why we need very often such kind of breakthroughs, including the mental breakthroughs, which shall start from the families, from where media has its own role in this, and of course this in Glasgow, we once had this meeting at the Barcelona. There is the very huge European giant, energy giant, and we had a meeting with the director, and you mentioned climate, and we've been discussing some things, and one of the students asked provocative question, if you believe in climate change, because as a rule, the CEOs of the energy companies, might have different opinions on this. And so it was half a joke. His answer was half a joke. So he said, if you go out into the city in Glasgow, and if you conduct the survey, 90% will say that this exists and it's a problem, and remaining 50% will tell you that no. And who are this?
So those who are employed by this sector. And finally, he concluded that perception matters. Perception is the most important thing. And he used such a term as motivated reasoning that Dimitri Vaza called the mood theory. So it depends on your priorities. It depends on your internal filter and how do you perceive it all. Because finally, there is no universal formula. There are dilemmas, there are trilemmas, so-called, especially for those people who are engaged in economics. For instance, Soso, who is sitting right beside me, these trilemmas are very, very strange things. The three main tasks which are not fitting each other well. And in economics and in energy sector specifically, the so-called complex trilemma. Availability or access to energy resources for everybody, safety meaning that I should be able to use the resources whenever I need it, but without infringement on my safety. And the third priority, the third factor would be that it should not be happening at the expense of polluting the environmental task. So in this audience, availability, safety, environment protection, these three priorities. For you, for instance, if we were to distribute 100% of priorities, you might tell me that 70% would fall on environmental considerations for us, and the remaining 30 would be distributed among the safety and reliability. While for population in general, the coefficient of importance might be 80% of reliability rather than anything else. So why does it matter? Because we might be, for instance, getting this pure energy, so-called clean energy, because it's not fully clean, because life cycle carbon costs whatever it costs in carbon equivalent from the point of production all the way to its end of its life expectancy. It's not fully pure, not fully clean, comparatively clean. For instance, solar panels. It's energy generated by solar panels. It's not not cheap. Not because production of solar panels is expensive, but because its productivity is lower than any other source. Because, for instance, if you use the coal-based generation, it's supposed to work at the peak of its capacity, excluding deducting the maintenance days. You might have an interrupted generation for 300 days. In case of solar generation, the interruptions are not dependent on us. It's up to the amount of solar radiation you get throughout the year. So if it's up to 1500, it's fine. While in coal generation, it might be 500,000 hours of production per year. So when we are talking about this clashing interests, it means that this particular electricity is more expensive than any other electricity. So what does it bring us down? That on one hand, we selected as priority environment protection, but then we are facing some issues with the two other factors, reliability and safety. Because it might so happen that whenever I need electricity, I won't get it. That's why we are saying that these three tasks might be clashing with each other, and weighted solution would be not through distribution of the coefficients of weight of each of the tasks and each of the factors, but also depending on the level of economic development in each particular country. But the climate change does change this setup, right? It's making us lean towards some other solutions, because otherwise we might be facing catastrophe. Yes, weight of the third component is increasing, but we cannot bring the 1 to 3 down to 0. For instance, because, for instance, the main consumer in our country is not industry at all. Our primary consumption is happening. The number one polluter in our country is the transportation sector, transportation of oil and petrol products. And and excess taxation is being imposed there. People believe that it's a luxury tax, but it's something that is being applied in order to compensate the health and environment damage, in order to make it less affordable because it's more polluting. Currently, we are organizing meetings with withdrawal. We are increasing reliability and availability, but directly touching with the environment. And naturally, if we want to, for instance, set a task as that I'm not interested in anything in relation to the pipeline transportation, but for environment, then we can increase the taxation, and then it will be so expensive that the number of cars outside will be so small that the environmental impact will be much less. But it's not the proper solution finally. We need to find a proper balance between different tasks, between different components, even the context that we are living in, even the tasks that we are trying to solve. But you in business association, do you have any kind of understanding since the largest business operators are getting together under your hood? Do you have any understanding as what kind of measures might be applied in order to retain this balance? Have you had any meetings dedicated to this topic? Yes, naturally. It was mentioned when the business for business was mentioned and Milton Friedman's name popped up. But actually, the business nowadays is much more socially responsible than it used to be before, including towards environment. And the market is not fully free. There are regulations, and market operation does not mean that I would not be responsible if I am the market player. The young person just recently, it was no rebottling company. I don't remember. I was looking at her back. I don't remember the face, but she mentioned that because they are recycling, because they are using solar energies, it might be more expensive than conventional sources, and that leads to the final price of the water. Her water might be costing 10 metrics more than any other. And if I, as a consumer, would still buy this bottled water, not because because of the environmental considerations, it might lead to the factor when we would not be requiring any additional regulations at all. We are not talking about hypothetical things. Any business is made up of some specific, some concrete people, concrete managers who are living in the same society as we are living. And we are not on the level of societal development and public consciousness as of yet. Maybe. The economics are kind of a closed circle. Unless you reach a higher level, the culture won't follow. And unless the culture won't grow, the economics will not keep up with it. So it goes in circles. So this increase of the general culture might serve as a guarantee that the business will start behaving in a different way on one hand, and on the other hand, culture will follow the change of business practice. And another thing that I should say, by all means, I'm sorry, my apologies to Soso, because I might be stealing his time already, but Rustavi and other factories were mentioned at the deposit. We might adopt the law today, me and Soso, for instance, together, in 3 months' time, where I would be supposed to run 100 meters in 9 seconds. And otherwise, we will be jailed. But even if they threat us with jail, we won't be able to run 100 meters in 9 seconds anyway. Everybody understands that. Therefore, just adopting regulations won't help you. You should be understanding it quite well. We passed through certain times. It didn't start 10 years ago. It started back in Soviet times. This dishonest treatment of and improper treatment of environment. In 2016, when I've started working as a director of one of the companies, only then we started reading the environmental impact assessments, because nobody cared as to what Stockholm was about. You were told, just go and track whatever you want, pay somebody to prepare you an environmental impact document, because it would be non-government organization or whoever. And when we read the document, actually, these copy pastes were quite a miss, because in construction, sometimes you need to change the methodology, and it was never reflected in environmental assessment. And 90% of environmental impact assessment documents were not reflecting properly the technological processes that specific company was relying on. And you cannot say that we are at the same stage that we were 5 years ago. Talking about Rustavi, the largest polluters in Rustavi, yes, later, after paying fines, maybe not 1,000 lari, 20,000, 30,000 laris as well. Because I still believe that the law was not properly written. But 5 or 6, the largest polluters, Heidelberg, Kazot, what else? Steel. Ruselo X is not yet engaged. The steel production smelter is already in. They are already engaged in incorporated into the monitoring system. The Stafoni is also incorporated in the monitoring system already. We might have some measurement devices installed in the city, but we could not identify by using these measurement devices specific polluters. But the main polluters are already in the network of monitoring network. What about Giatura? Giatura, we should the Stafoni I did mention, Giaturi is a little bit different story. The production process is something else. We are talking about emissions in this case, not about. However, Giatura from an environmental standpoint is one of the gravest cases, so to say. A case might be not the proper word to use here, but Giatura is something that happens when unreasonable use of resources is taking place for a while. If you remember the aggressive pensioners, when I used to be the member of the parliament 12 years ago, the problem was the same, and before that, it was also the same. When people who suffered damages were given pensions, and these pensions were withdrawn. But it's a problem that is something that the state should recognize to begin with. It seems like Tinatin wants to tell us something. I would not leave this without comment. It's not correct information that the main polluters are incorporated. As of 2020, out of 22 enterprises that are supposed to be engaged in this self-monitoring system, only one, as per January. As per January, yes. Azot is already in. But other enterprises, Geosteel is already in as well. Yes, they've installed the system in November or December already. They were not actually online because there was a program of software. As for Rustavi Steel, they actually currently do not have the environmental impact assessment. It seems like Rusal Oil company. The technological process is to be changed. As for the legislation, we did participate in meetings, including the meetings in the Rustavi governor office and Koemo-Kartli governor's office, and people representing business attending this meeting. It was more than a year ago, even before the law has been adopted. They were asking for the 3 or 4 month long grace period, and actually much later than this 3 or 4 months, they are still not implementing it properly. Several enterprises were subjected to fines, and several, maybe 2 or 3, are already in the self-monitoring system. But quite recently, I've been participating in the public hearings of the environment impact assessment of one of the enterprises. They haven't yet even started looking for the self-monitoring system. So imagine how much time will pass before they acquire it, before it install it, before they go online. And actually mentioning the ministries, there are many criticisms on my part that might be addressed to the ministry, but the electronic monitoring systems are very orderly in their case, and still some enterprises are telling us that they do not know how to get online and that the ministry doesn't provide them with the system, but actually it's not true. And in Rustavi, we are forced to do this, to make this choice. It's happening at the expense of our health, and it's all happening subject to procrastination, actually. The terms given by the businesses themselves have passed twice or thrice over already since then. Thank you very much, Maya. I would like to add one thing, if you don't mind me. What was the problem in order for everybody to understand? We wanted to install detectors of this or that kind, but we've adopted this law and regulatory acts in such a way that neither those who are writing this law nor for whom this law was written had no idea what it was all about. And it was all related to the explanatory note of the law, that it only will take you 15,000 euros to purchase the system and then you are all set. But in practice, we found out that it's not that easy. It's not something just you go to the Opel Center and buy the car and drive it after that. It does require some custom preparation. To begin with, you need to prepare the system for the enterprise, taking into consideration its particular specifics. Then pandemic hit, that it was very hard to bring some equipment into Georgia. Yes, we were asking for 6 months. That is true, but we simply did not have any idea of what we were talking about. And when we started working on it, we'll find out that it was much less simple than we thought it would be. And even those people who were behind the laws, they had no idea about. I'm not talking about anything, but I'm talking about those who were preparing the technical terms and regulatory technical appendices to the law. Therefore, our wish would be for these people to prepare themselves better as well. We can work on amending this law, of course, but talking about detectors, you mentioned these detectors. Why the need of detectors did arise at all? Because the majority of the enterprises haven't had these filters installed, regardless of the fact that the filtering system was mandatory even before. Every environmental impact assessment was indicated as filters and filtering meshes should have been installed even before. So they were mandatory, but nobody had them. For many decades, these industries and these enterprises were producing something without using these filters. So in order not to turn it into just debates between us, I would just say that it's not proper on business part to try to justify their actions by these excuses. Because if they had these filters to begin with, they would not have arisen the need for them to carry out some additional expenses for these detectors. These detectors are to be installed in the chimneys, and these detectors are just collecting data about whether the emissions are exceeding the established norm or not. So what you are trying to say is that whenever the enterprise starts functioning, it should already be equipped with some systems that will prevent it from polluting, not to avoid pollution of the ambient air in the city and not to inflict any damage to the human health of the residents of the city. Yes, quite often you might see that these vapors are coming out not of the chimney, but just directly out of the roof of the building. I am the UN Europe Economic Commission, the deputy chairperson of this commission. The chairperson is usually elected for 2 years term, but I will act as a supporter of startups in this panel. So my advice would be that businesses should invest into research and development divisions to measure what kind of impact they might have. But Levan, for instance, mentioned the problem of pollution. For instance, in our case, there's a leakage of oil that is being measured by using some Georgian-produced appliance. It does require some more private investments, venture funds, for instance, because we do have this Georgian local homemade technologies that is quite good. Let the businesses get together and maybe decide that they should invest into this something more. Pilot it out, to check it out, test it out locally, and then maybe export it even outside. But what is hindering this communication? There were many interesting things said in the course of the day today. For instance, the young business person was talking about very specific things about problems of feedback. You are talking about very interesting things that I've heard for the first time today. So what is hindering this communication for the state to be able to make decisions quickly, to be quicker on the uptake or even support this communication between the businesses, different branches of business, between those who are inventing some novelties. I would name the lack of awareness, lack of public awareness, and sometimes also the startup business model is a risky affair. 99 out of 100 disappear quite soon. But as soon as we collect this critical momentum, it might help us to develop and then maybe adopt the already prepared business models. So it seems like the people who are initiating the startups, they lack awareness about the climate change themselves as well. It seems like this would be the conclusion. Not quite, because the precondition of funding this or that startup is screening for sustainability and also what kind of impact. So before being funded by the state, they are subjected to additional screening. And but the mechanisms that we are currently applying, even the state checks, they are not sufficient. They are not sufficient and not sufficient for inventing for something that would be world changing, so to say. Therefore, the ecosystem stakeholders and especially business who are making profit, who are gaining something out of it, and is interested to receive this profit for a longer while, to be sustainable, to be more sustainability oriented, in incorporating environmental factors, societal factors, inclusive employment, for instance, and other things. One thing that I wanted to add to one of the most acute challenges in Georgia would be that the monitoring is not something that people are investing in. For instance, production of some monitoring devices. We are talking about it as something to be produced by the business, and some business should invest in this device, right? And they should be looking for profit. And since we see that the demand in our country is not high for monitoring or checks of any kind, the business sees this just as well. Another story is that whether this specific idea or this specific invention might change the world. But there is no preparedness within Georgia to try to get out of our country and reach some global markets. People are orienting themselves to the local market rather. And since there is no high demand for monitoring and control within our country, inside our borders, ideas of this kind are not considered to be profitable enough to be interesting. So I'd like to address you now, maybe elaborating from where the gentleman before you left off. We are hearing quite often that jobs, new jobs, employment is very, very important for us. On the other hand, protection of environment, global warming, climate protection, and so on and so forth. Maybe somebody would be a disbeliever, somebody would be a supporter of the cyclic idea that this is just goes in rounds, but the climate change is already evident. It's clear to see whether we would be talking about sudden floodings, talking about sudden droughts. We simply do not remember the frequency of these catastrophic events. It's not the problem of being informed about them better, that we are getting the information about them quicker than we used to in the past. No, it's just the change of frequency of this of events. At the same time, we need to take care of the poverty in our country. So how do we care both for poverty and healthy environment? Hello, everybody. I hope that you are not exhausted. I will try not to bore you. If you are asking, you're actually posing a question that of the kind that cannot be given the your uniform answer actually to. In economics in general, there is no one single answer to any question in economics actually, especially when we are talking about complicated dilemmas of the kind. On one hand, it is necessary to take into consideration the context. What do we need? What are we aiming for? What kind of challenges are we trying to overcome here and now? It's this point of time and space. And this would be conditioning our action, our behavior. Not simply reacting to the needs of today, but also to the needs of tomorrow. This is how sustainable development is understood in economics. And it's not for naught that Ministry of Economy is also known as Ministry of Economic Sustainable Development. So, but we should not be overlooking whatever the current demand is either, not only orienting ourselves on future. And given Swedish exams is not quite relevant in our case because they are facing different challenges, we are facing our own. It is necessary so whenever we are talking about protection of nature, environment protection, climate change related topics, to make discussion wider and circular economy as well. And I would like to reflect on one of the comments, since I'm representing the academia and educational sector. What is happening in educational circles? What do we do about it? There were specific subjects. The specific subjects were mentioned that are being taught at universities, meteorology and so on. When we are talking about providing general education, the general understanding in relation to global warming, in relation to waste management and so on and so forth, it's not the function of the university, actually. It's something that should be taught at a very young age, starting with kindergarten, literally with kindergarten. And it's happening here and there. And these young children then serve as a source of information for their own parents, where to get rid of the waste. While the function of the university and the higher education is to teach some specifics. For instance, I personally, in my own university, on my own faculty, on the bachelor's level, on the master's level, and doctorant's level as well, I'm teaching circular economy, green economy, climate change economy, and I'm trying to stress on that because it's very important for Georgia today, having in mind also, taking into consideration also the obligations assumed by our country under association agreement. And I do hope that those questions might be given an answer to. Yes, we do experience lack of competences from this standpoint because before now, we probably did not need it, maybe. It's maybe one of the ways to increase employment in the country and to create new jobs if we start teaching these subjects. Half joking that, but going back to the initial question, how to retain this balance and what route to select for future development. There is no one single answer that can be given to this question. But on the other hand, we know that there are a million people in our country who live beyond the line of poverty, who are extremely poor. And start talking to Rustavi residents whether they believe or do not believe in climate change. It's not actually the matter of belief at all. It's a scientific fact. Yes, we are supposed to believe. It's not the subject of belief. We are supposed to take the word of scientists for that. But leaving belief to the side, how important the climate change is for them. The person who is going hungry today, you cannot expect them to worry over much about what will happen in future. You simply cannot expect them to. And it's not justified, this expectation, even morally. Given this context, I would like to add, yes, we do have this Maslow pyramid, and everybody knows that if the basic needs are not satisfied, you simply do not have enough brain power to think about anything else. But we are not asking for these enterprises to stop operating. We want them to refurbish themselves to be better oriented towards environment. But actually, their perception and their treatment of us changed considerably in recent years. Actually, when one of the enterprises installed these filters, the employees of this enterprise were quite happy about it. So what I'm trying to say is that those people who evidently might be considered as opponents of the process quite often are pro this process when you dig a little bit deeper. So you cannot say that those who do not have enough money, who cannot afford bread, daily bread, won't think about anything beyond that. Yes, there are quite a few target groups, even those people who are working for 700 or 800 lives per month in very unhealthy conditions. For them, it is very, very, very important.
It is important, of course, and if they work for the very low wages and then they spend it for the treatment, that's of course. Yes, that's also the matter of awareness. But when we're speaking about awareness raising and that the lack of the awareness, that's not only about natural protection. When we say that we didn't ask closing the business, but we required installing some devices, in some cases it might mean closing, and then those people who would stay unemployed, they would not be happy, and those who would that who remain, yes, but it's also whole world knows the examples when the responsible businesses exist and they protect all these rules, which in case of the climate change are vitally important. They don't even start operating a different way. So their business from the very beginning, they start from the very beginning, how should they should be starting. So these expenses are already included. Will be filters or it's not, you cannot bring these examples. Like we can say this about the world. I can bring you very many examples of what's happening in the economies which are similar to us. No, maybe not like us, but we can become better. But we want this. Yes, we want this. But before we become better, we are not better yet. And we are comparing ourselves with Sweden. That is 8 times, 10 times more richer than we are. But we are not Sweden. And when you say in Sweden, you know, how it is in Nigeria or in Bangladesh. Yes, yes, but Bangladesh is on our level from the economic standpoint. But Bangladesh has not applied for the membership in the EU. Yes, what will this change in our economy? Okay, let's. This will change very many things. That's what you're thinking of. Levan, you can also answer this question. Yes. In our case, we'll have more commitments, which we'll have to comply with if they give us this candidacy, and if we will answer these questions first of all. That's not so simple. It will be political decision probably, but there will be more commitments which we'll have to fulfill, to comply with, which ultimately will be good for development, because EU is not only just commitments. That's not only about commitments. They are also controlling this and they provide funding, etc. And financial resources follow too. And this will help us in developing. So this will help us in development, and we won't be on the level of Bangladesh at which we are right now. We are a bit richer than Bangladesh, but we are closer to Bangladesh, for instance, than to Sweden. It's very important when we speak about who shall be making the sacrifice, because we say that the most vulnerable shall make this sacrifice, and they say they shall decide whether they want food today or clean environment. And but never we say that this among this when we have some problems in the country. So actually, the burden of the losses should be also carried by the large businesses. And it should not be the sustainable development goals, which we are saying here, this equality. This should not be only for our only choice of those vulnerable groups, and it shouldn't go only on their shoulders. So thank you, Levan. Unfortunately, this is not a choice at all. They okay, this document which we'll submit in June, what would you include there? What questions can be asked? I cannot start what shall be included for the business. Okay, what would be important for question or recommendation or issue to discuss? So in Stockholm, no, I thought you were speaking about the EU question. No, that's different. topic for separate. Ultimately, the most important is to implement some reasonable approaches, reasonable attitudes, because when we are speaking about such kind of implementation, we well, have about 40 directives are already reflected in our legislation, and they will come into force in different times. But I think that the best is for such countries as Georgia, best is to provide better support in this implementation. It's interesting, right? We have signed this EFTA, we have started implementing this, and we have some simple, but we haven't passed some simple directives. What do I mean by simple directives? So everything is about the cost, and everything is should be paid by the ultimate customers. And so, in order to avoid this discrepancy here, I mean that the currently produced product shall become more expensive than Georgian population can purchase. That's why we need support, and support is exactly what we are speaking about when after the CFTA. Uh, but candidacy will help us in receiving such support because there is expectation that those who go through this adaptation and transformation period, they will be receiving these financial resources. Main thing is that I would wish to have this for such countries like Georgia. So we shall somehow avoid bringing all this burden to the shoulders of the final customers, end customers, because uh, the energy efficiency issues and this they will have to the cost of the government will also increase. That's not so simple. So therefore, we shall pay attention to this. And I would like to add one thing. We had several comments here, and I want to speak because there is still going a stigmatization of these power plants, and I can say that these statements that were made here probably they are inappropriate, because if we say that Namahon Hesi will close the Rioni for that's just ignorance, because there are several hydropower plants before this, which Namahon Hesi would have this fish pass, and uh, no, we won't be able to develop this. So let's do not blame this on hydropower plants, which is not their blame actually, and which is even further improved. And so therefore, I think we shall provide this better information to this, because we will have the time for comment. And Esma, I want to now go to the to finishing. Therefore, I want to return to this. So that we have a very new building. Microphone jak ვიღაცას ჩართული. These glass buildings, that what we're speaking about, this it's very difficult to heat them, to cool them down. Also, they reflect sun and they are warming up the air. And this is also the Europeans also say this, and that's also a very huge challenge. And the situation might have helped us if we in achieving this energy efficiency. By the way, this construction topic is should be considered separately, I believe, because we see very huge problems here, including isolation problems, insulation problem, not only heating or overheating, but on the contrary, when the sun rays cannot reach there. And so this is probably one of the most important topics, and we as a media have drawn your attention to this many times. Tina, I want to finish with this context with your ideas. What can we include into this document that will be submitted to the World Forum? This is my last question, and then I will switch to. So as a citizen, I often say, we often speak about some global problems that require very huge resources, but there are some building issues that can be resolved and regulated very easily. As also, I've been working in the public sector, and there are tens of meetings every day, and they've been discussing this green procurement issues there, but still they are using huge volumes of the plastic bottles in the meetings there. Also, we had a huge problem of this transportation issues, especially from Rustavi. Every day, about 25,000 people are commuting, and many of our citizens purchased private cars to resolve this problem. And then this creates additional problem, and it creates additional traffic jams and also various problems. And so, in my opinion, the main recommendations would be that we shall write down all the specific problems that we can resolve by the already existing resources, and we shall study these reasons and we shall resolve this. And even 10 years ago, do you have this list of these problems for yourself? So can you, for instance, in case of Rustavi, first is this intercity transport, for which hundreds and thousands of cars are moving every day from Tbilisi to Rustavi. And this green procurement, what I have already mentioned, also that's very important from the businesses too. That, in my opinion, that we shall have appropriate communication between various sectors. This process should be transparent, uh, and since we have commitments under various conventions, for instance, under Aarhus Convention, and there is I have an impression, and not only me, but many of my colleagues have the same impression, that we are just trying to tick the box there, that we are doing this, and that, we are ensuring that the actual involvement. So, yes, when we are speaking about business, we shouldn't forget that business is done by people too, and so it's they are also responsible for any changes for the sustainable development, etc. And I want to add one more thing. The same thing that, for instance, the businesses were resisting this with this regard to this changes, but instead of resisting, I think that it would be better if all the parties would sit around the table, and then the society would not be disappointed by this thing. And so, very briefly, I would like to have this knowledge and economy-based access for especially access for the younger generation, because I cannot respond. And it's also said that during upgrade, this means that through automatization, person can lose their job. But that's very common problem in the developed countries, and they are discussing this for quite a long, because we are now facing fourth industrial revolution. When they install the filters, I can't hear this. I'm sorry. So when you require from the businesses what they cannot do, if you require from the businesses to do something they cannot do, this might cause shutting down businesses, but not automatization. Of course, that's different. And of course, development. So they require this introduction of the technologies into the business, and that's what I would say. I'm positive to this, and it's logical that this previous three revolutions, technological, actually were successful, and humankind used this for their own progress. And therefore, even here, that's very important to support young scientists, because this Georgian youngsters should become competitive in some 15 years probably. And so you, what would you like to include into this? So what we've been discussing lastly, that's what I'm going to say. From the standpoint of education, we shall pay more attention at any levels, starting from the kindergarten to the school and the university. So more to pay more attention to fund the studies, to show more interest towards this. Not only for this specialist in this field, I mean, not environmental specialist, but also I represent economy, and economists uh, should be thinking about both sides, about education. The education is top priority for me. Thank you very much, and I would like to give the audience opportunity. Kaha, yes, please. I want to give it two, three comments, and then on Khatuna, Wachtang, please. First of all, thank you very much for this very interesting panel. It's very interesting. First comment on Mr. Levan. During when I was speaking, I wanted to stress. I think I was unable to express it fully. I didn't say that in Georgia we shall not develop hydro energy and that we shall save the sturgeon. You've been speaking when I was presenting, so maybe you have missed this. But well, just a moment there. My main message was that we shall be responsible when we are dealing with the issues. Unfortunately, this doesn't work. Unfortunately, believe me, this doesn't work. We have much more competent people here who can speak about these issues, and don't waste the time. We can discuss this with them personally, but I can assure you that decisions should be made. Either we shall save sturgeon or build the Namajuan Hesi, but this doesn't mean Namajuani hydropower station. But this doesn't mean that I say that we should save sturgeon. That's a very heavy decision, and business should get used to this idea. We are working in a kind of we are lying to ourselves, so we can make the decisions on basis of EIA, and it's just impossible. It's just impossible to avoid damaging the sturgeon. Today we have very many species that have vanished just because of the human activities. That's what's happening. So don't lie to ourselves. So please believe me. When ichthyologists say that it's like this, and the professionals say this, let's believe them. But maybe I don't say that you shall do what they say, but you shall take into consideration at least their opinion. And now I would like to ask the question, if I may, to Mr. Soso. Mr. Soso, I understand your position. Of course, I fully agree with you, but I have a question. You probably should know this Kuznets. You say that that's very Kuznets curve. That's there was a question, and there was a good question. So there are different curves, but one of them reflects attitude of the society towards environmental issues and the wealth of the society. And this curve shows us that the more power, the poorer is the society, then the less is the positive attitude towards environment. And it's natural because people depend on the natural resources, and whether they want or not, they have to cause damage to environment in order to survive. And that's on this, they can exist on this account. But the richer society becomes, the more the society pays attention to the environment, and then this peak, this curve reaches peak when the society is so rich. For instance, like Sweden, that unfortunately Georgia is not Sweden really, and it's not our society is not as rich as Sweden. But so what can we do? So I want to hear your opinion. So what do we do? So before we go to this level of Sweden, we shall think about our forests. Where we have 400 species. In European forests, there are 4 species only remaining. There are only 4 species remaining. In Georgia, we have 400 species only of the timber sources. So we reach. No, that's not. So let's listen to the answer. So our goal is. So I don't know. I haven't said that I don't believe anything, or I believe, or I don't believe, or I believe anything because I just don't know. But no, I didn't say either that we shall cut our woods, our forests, and to get rich through this, and then to worry that we do not have forests. However, and that we have exterminated some species and etc. Under cutting forests, I don't mean only cutting forests. I mean any damage to the environment. However, our goal so we want to become richer. Yes, that's because what do we mean becoming richer? So I say again that the majority of Georgian population is, by all assessments, is a big part of Georgian population is below the poverty level, and we shall somehow come out of the situation. But this shall be followed by thinking about future. Uh, we shall think about long-term, short-term, and medium-term perspective. So we shall use all these resources rationally. And with regards to the sturgeon, we might have to make such decisions. Of course, I agree. I follow you with these logics. I don't know about I don't know anything about sturgeon. Will it disappear or not due to Namahuani hydropower plant? But if you ask me, if only this is the problem, I don't. No, no, no. I don't. I don't want to go into detailed discussion of this. But that's so exactly. So if there is a choice, that then then I would be supporting building hydropower plant because there are human beings who are starving in this country, and the country needs development. Thank you, Levan. And I will start from the second one. I will. So first of all, I will say one thing, that these debates that we are having right now, that's exactly for the purpose of starting discussion in the society. And in this discussion, of course, we can come to some compromise, to the conclusion. And society then defines which one is the higher priority. That's why, with the big respect to you, to Tinatin, of course, if Tinatin was not carrying out her activities in Rustavi. Maybe I disagree with her in something, but I'm sure that people like Tina Tin, if they didn't exist today, Rustavi might have been totally black, for instance, because I mean from the tar, for instance. But we will have such debates, and we might these debates can become heated. But if we just step aside and look at our debates, what you said, this attitude about the access, and that's what we should be discussing in order to come to some optimum solution. Maybe we might not be even able to find, but this process was maybe we disagree, but we can find some optimum uh, decision. So we have a very interesting history, and you say that I misunderstood what you said, and I think that you misunderstood what I said. That's a very strange situation. Before this Namahwani, there are three hydropower plants built during Soviet Union. Who that doesn't have this fish channels. So Namahwani, that was stopped for 2 years, but they have this fish deviation route, but Varsiha has, it doesn't have it. Okay. Thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. Hatina Gogaladze, organization GEO, and I want to go into the details, and I don't want to speak in particular about any issues. Actually, Mr. Levan said what I wanted to actually say to make my comment. I know that the last question is what we are waiting for this Stockholm plus 50. And so what I'm seeing, and especially in the second session, I am working for more than 20 years in this field, and I think that in our society, some kind of the ice started melting in our society. People are starting thinking more and more about environment, and that's like this. But our today's meeting show me that we still have to do a lot. We have to still have to speak a lot, and with the people working in the various economic sectors. We have to speak because I'm sure, and I don't doubt this, that each of us who are here, environmentalists, economists, will want to develop our country, to make our country richer, to make our country more democratic, etc. And we want more to look like Sweden than the other countries, for instance. But I don't doubt this, but the ways how to reach this are different. And we look at these roads, we see the different roads, and this is also based on our professional knowledge, experience. Of course, one person cannot be professional in environment, in economy, in finances. Not one person can be specialist in everything. Therefore, I think that's only possible if we will have some frequent debates. Let it be acute debates, hot-heated debates, but we shall somehow. I can share my experience. I'm speaking a lot, maybe, but I want to say this. Often the meetings when we select the audience, I have this. Okay, let's do not invite very radical people because there might become, and so this might not be constructive. And sometimes, yes, it can be not very constructive, but this doesn't bring the results about. But I have this feeling that maybe we have to start from scratch because we shall somehow bring our positions closer because it's unimaginable that uh, I and you, Mr. Levin, do not have ultimate goal is the same, but the logics and the ways we see to achieve this goal are different. Or Mr. Soso says that everybody wants to become richer, but what I think that it's not becoming richer, but becoming to ensure higher well-being, wealth, and but we don't want to be richer, but work in but live in the pig pen or whatever. But that's what I mean. That you're not by becoming richer. You don't mean being richer because one person's riches do not. Or doesn't mean anything because if I have billions only, nobody else, everybody else is poor, I will never be happy. And everybody thinks the whole idea of this is that what would I wish after Stockholm plus 50? I would wish after from donors from everybody. I saw in some format. I know that everybody is busy, everybody is in business, but in some format, it's necessary to speak more, to speak about some specific issues. Namahwani. I am not also the theologist, but for Namahwani, I have also gone through very many consultations, but I never entered into these debates because I'm not professional. But I know that despite the fact that the fish routes do not exist there, but I know that the hydrological regime of the river changes because there is not only fish, there is a roe, etc. But I am a specialist and I will start speaking about this. But Kaha was right. We shall trust the specialists of this field who know better than we do. And we shall trust you, economists. So thank you very much. And so sorry that was so long, but just a moment, just a moment, just a moment. Now what else passed to Wachtang? But we are very short of time, and please, please, as brief as possible. Wachtang, give this to Wachtang, then to this lady, then this. Uh, Also, we have very interesting ideas online, and I would like Iska to read this out. And the one thing before we start, or I would have such an idea, Wachtang, that what works best from my opinion, from the opinion of media, this is so-called reality shows where we can very easily make some kind of environmental reality shows, and people can be competing with each other for the protection of the environment. This would be very good motivation to debates for debates, of course, but this kind of activities in media will be very interesting. That's on the idea level. And Wachtang, please.
Thank you very much. Hello. To begin with, I would like to reflect on the problem mentioned by Esma, talking about food product waste and stores wasting this food. As far as I know, the Parliament is working on the issue. Quite recently, just as recently as 1 week ago, there was a meeting between the ISET Research Center and the heads of the largest cities in Georgia. They started some consultations. Quite a few townships expressed their readiness to get engaged logistically. Of course, it's something that can be solved in a cheaper way than it is currently solved. However, the problem is still a problem. Yearly, $4 trillion of worth of food goes to waste, and a third of this amount would have be sufficient to solve the problem of hunger in Africa. Luckily, in Georgia, we started working on the issue. There are some tax considerations that we are testing out as for the sustainability and social economic development. I'm sure that we all together are talking about the real problems of economists and environment protectors and people representing vulnerable groups as well. I'm sure that neither economists nor people representing the business would like to suffer from cancer, and nor environment protectors would be happy to give up on technological advances that we are enjoying through the progress of the world. So we are all we are all right, so to say, but we need to find some middle way. We should give up on a portion of our comfort to save our future. And our past history, yes, makes us to think about some shorter terms, not to aim for 20 or 30 years. But there is no better help for business than to have the population which has some better purchasing power. And that's why, for instance, 1 million, Estonia with population of 1 million is more attractive for investment than 3.5 million populated Georgia. But the geography, of course, matters as well. But talking about sustainability for Georgia is very crucial issue for Georgia. Without taking care of social and economic problems, it's unimaginable to progress. And what I would like to wish for that those discussions that we've heard of today is that we participated in today would be given better coverage on TV, for instance, because quite often whatever is being broadcast is looking for a black cat in a dark room where there is no cat to begin with, instead of talking about real problems, including social injustice, including the fact that unfortunately even now we quite often witness overnight impoverishment of families and so on and so forth. And social barriers which are preventing people and homesteads to develop, to gain more wealth, create a more stable middle class. There would be no better help for any business in any country, in any state. This is how business can develop. Even if the short-term goals that the business is pursuing might be different from what you are aiming for on a longer horizon. And more communication by all means, of course. Let me sum it up. I'm sure that we should rely on experience of developed countries. But between Sweden and Georgia, there is Slovenia and Slovakia, which are less economically developed, for instance, but quite a few lessons might be drawn out for Georgia from their experience. And since economics is not experimentally proven science, we can base our development on observation rather than trying to experiment it out on our own. First somebody, then Merab, and then we'll call it a day. Please be brief. You mentioned in relation to buildings. that there are some specific requirements towards construction in different regions. There are construction climatic standards, so-called, that I've actually shared with the Ministry of Economy. It's quite a bulky book with some database and to what kind. It's an applied climatology. It's not being taught at school and not taught at kindergarten, addressing what Soso said. No, I didn't. He meant as the basics, not a small comment on my part, a small remark that I would like to share with you. It was mentioned some things that do have some theoretical explanations as well. The issue is not this. Let us become wealthy first and then let us get rid of pollution. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. It's a false theory that's already subjected to criticism from many angles, and it does require different approach today. It won't happen this way. It's not something that might be called sustainable development, that we should become wealthy first, then we should ensure social justice, and only then we can become cleaner, and only then we can start taking care of environment. It doesn't work like that. It's a process that should be taken in consideration from the very word go in order to have reasonable and sustainable development. This is one thing that I wanted to share. And it's never the choice between either Sturgeon or HPP. There are other ways out. The ways that would at the same time satisfy our demand for electricity and at the same time help us save the Sturgeon. So these stereotypes we should get rid of the stereotypes and we need to think differently. Thank you very much. And very final remark, maybe 1 minute for you, but please be as brief as possible because we are definitely running out of time. Thank you very much for a very interesting panel, Mariam Kineridze, the Union of Naturalist Turkeys. Thank you very much for the speeches, for participation in the lawmaking in such a way. I would like to address other speakers. We are not Bangladesh, actually. I personally was engaged in preparation of association agreement and preparation of the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement. I was one of the participants of preparation of this document, and along with us, the candidate countries nowadays are Ukraine and Moldova. I can tell you with full responsibility that Georgia does have a very good position from the standpoint of environment obligations than other two candidates. And another thing that I wanted to mention is the Baku-Ceyhan pipeline multi-stakeholder forum, where quite differing opinions were being expressed as to how our energy sector should have been developed. And our well-known director, Rezo Sadzem, has said that if the train leaves while we are still at the station, we won't travel anywhere. Fortunately, we did make it on board, and that pipeline helped us and saved us from Russian aggression in 2008. I would wish for the society to make the correct decision as today as well, in turbulent times that we are living in, to support diversification of energy resources in Georgia, equal development of alternative sources of energy, in such a way as to no longer be depending on our malevolent neighbors. I'm environment specialist, but sustainable development means sustainable management of resources and relying on the cost-benefit analysis. And I do wish for my country not to be left behind in these troubled times. Yeah, so it's a climate change panel that we are dealing with now. what do you do about climate change? First and foremost, you need to take care of the waste. And the Green Movement is one of the strongest organizations in Georgia that's been working on the issue for quite a long time. And we've been told that with the help of Sweden, indeed, this is true. And I would like to add to that, that since there are plans of waste management that are currently being developed, and we are dealing with local municipalities, talking about awareness, it's a very, very, very hard situation from the very beginning. It used to be very complicated, but with the help of our donors, with all the efforts that we exerted, actually, we see the difference now. We see the change. So I would say in such a way that it would have been very good to pay attention, even to very maybe small, but very significant from the standpoint of climate change issues such as waste management. And another thing, what do I expect from Stockholm on 50? I myself am from Sukhumi. I'm the head of Abkhazian group in the Greens movement of Georgia. And what I would expect is that once we start talking about climate change, the Georgian state should not overlook the Abkhazian region either. We need more engagement. We need participation, because whether we would want it or not, the undesirable conditions there would have on climate here. Thank you very much. I would like to pass the floor to Kamikaze now. We see that there was quite a lot of activity online as well. So can you share with us what kind of considerations or maybe questions were coming through Zoom? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. It was very interesting discussion by the end of our meetings, and I would like to just share the suggestions and considerations that were shared with us by online audience on our mural, on our portal. And the first question that was the most prominent is what is being done in relation to environmental development, sustainable development, what kind of challenges are out there, and what can we take in consideration in relation to Stockholm 50 and for our future development. On a positive side, we might say that it looks as follows. We have prepared the legal framework, the framework legislation, and the public awareness campaigns are being run. However, the challenge in this respect would be that we are lacking from the standpoint of bylaws and bylaw regulations and the practical implementation. Another challenge that I should mention is that the lack of vocational education. The appropriate subjects are not being taught. Educational sector was mentioned as one of the challenges in general, and as we see and as we found out today, it does require quite a lot of serious work, and I would agree with also that it's something that should be starting at the kindergarten level. And engagement of youth was mentioned, that it is necessary to take into consideration the position of the young people. The transparent system of monitoring is of paramount interest. Importance in order for the society to be interested to observe it and to learn how to improve. As for the recommendations, it was mentioned that it is necessary to enhance the role of mass media, of the press. And it has been mentioned many times here as well, and it's a recommendation that we should take into consideration by all means. Another recommendation that we've received through Zoom is that new financial instruments should be adopted. Probably what is being meant is that the funding sources should be diversified, and stakeholders and businesses should have access, initiative groups should have access to different sources of funding, and from the standpoint of innovation as well, probably. And another thing that was mentioned, that support, more support is necessary for research and development and scientific studies. And the final recommendations I would like to share with you, that it's necessary in the course of decision making to ensure the permanent monitoring and informed decision making. So decision making would be founded on some scientific data and not out of the blue. And it seems to me like we've touched upon this topic as well, that we are supposed to rely on each other's expertise and somehow bring our maybe differing positions together. Once again, I would like to thank our online audience for being so active and for such an interesting feedback. I would agree with you, and I would like also to thank panelists as well. I would agree with the idea that we need to discuss it on a wider scale. And education was also mentioned. Education, when some subjects should start being taught as early as possible for more people to feel themselves responsible in relation to the environment. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for our panelists. Our next meeting will take place in Malawi. We might find out more interesting topics there. And thank you very much. It was a pleasure to spend the day together with you. Thank you very much.